pressure is holding you back. Can't stop now cause you're under attack. They tell you make money, make sure you win. Get a good wife and a couple of kids. All eyes on you to carry a name that you didn't choose. And when you've had enough, you can't say a thing. Can't be the guy who sits and complains. And when it's hard, just chill a minute. And just know you're not alone. You gotta keep your head up. Don't go too hard if you don't wanna let it ride. Do what you work out for you. You gotta keep your head up. Tell all the doubters you don't need them. Brush it off and don't believe what they say.
They say, girl, you need a man, someone to lead and hold your hand. Think you're a waste of time when you come out and speak your mind. You got nothing to prove, 'cause in the end it ain't for them. Won't let society be the death of me. So when it's hard, just chill a minute. You know you're not alone. You gotta keep your head up. Don't go too hard if you don't wanna let it ride and watch it work out for you. You gotta keep your head up. Tell all the doubters you don't need them. Brush it off and don't believe what they say.
Keep your head up. Don't go too hard if you don't wanna let it ride and watch it work out for you. You gotta keep your head up. Tell all the doubters you don't need them. Brush it off and don't believe what they say. You gotta keep your head up. Don't go too hard if you don't wanna let it ride and watch it work out for you. You gotta keep your head up. Tell all the doubters you don't need them. Brush it off and don't believe what they say.
Keep your head up. Believe what they say.
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds fish by my doorstep, singing sweet song, yeah, melody pure and true, saying this is my message to you. Here's a little song I wrote. You might wanna sing it note for note. Don't worry, be happy. In every life we have some trouble. When you work, you make it double. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry about morning. Smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet song, yeah, melody pure and true. Singing, this is my message to you.
Così uli di sombranzelten mag e zu te saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo mu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Chamoru Puritanota Kantai Matunonya Gitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpara Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpara Toru I tempo I paz Paraita Zangin I langit na benda
day. Wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know. The way you look tonight, that second glass of wine got me thinking. There's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Good morning, Guam. Oh, yeah, right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir.
Morning, boss.
Ken Sanity, good morning, my friend.
Morning.
How you feeling today?
Better.
Right on. Feeling better, right? That
Yeah.
red Jeep stuff got you pumped? Ready to go? Ready to
Oh,
talk smack today?
Oh, no.
Yep. What's up, guys? I'm like the only guy wearing a mask in here. What's going on?
Oh, man, I
Yeah.
forgot my mask.
Ah, cooties! Ah! 6/18, Thursday, May 27th, year of our Lord 2021. Good morning on you, bananas of Zeus. Welcome to the link. Proudly brought to you by really cool people. Pacific Points, our friends over there at Pacific Points. Make points every time you gas up at Shell Foodies. Jack in the Box. Good morning, Jack in the Box. Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E. Good morning, it's the link. And another one. What's up, guys?
Oh, what's up?
Oh, it's Thursday. Thought it was Friday. That's
Of course
what's
you
up.
did.
Yeah. Of course, we have a big, huge show for you guys. Who's coming up on the show this morning, Bree?
We've got Senator James Moylan. He's coming on. We've got Daphne Shimizu, the director of the Department of Revenue and Taxation. Of course, John Fernandez with his weekly progress report. We also have Senator Frank Bloss Jr. We actually invited him on because he was the one who held that oversight hearing over the Guam Police Department, and one of the issues that were brought up was what he called the Red Jeep incident. So
Right.
having what happened yesterday and what was said during that oversight hearing, we wanted to bring him in and kind of
Freshen up a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah.
and see if there's going to be any other.
There have been a couple developments in the red Jeep Jerry's Kitchen crash. I don't know if you guys heard, but there were some pretty big developments.
Right. So then we're going to head over to the CNMI, check with the governor's press secretary, Kevin Bautista.
Right.
Hopefully we can talk a little bit more about their spending plan since we can't get any details about ours. We've got Major Anton Uggan from the Department of Corrections coming.
Shots fired.
In
I mean, what's going
on the
on?
show?
You're tight with Crystal. We're cool with Adelu. Why can't we get this spending
I'm cool
plan?
with that. I don't know. I mean, I guess they're still working on it.
Is it too much to ask, guys? I mean, is it like... I feel like we ask for the governor's alleged spending plan, and they look at us like we got a third eye on our forehead.
Yeah. I mean, they announced yesterday the All Rise program in a
There's
special
a lot
little
to talk
reporting
about.
on Facebook that, the media obviously wasn't, it wasn't a press conference, so we
Yeah.
couldn't ask any questions about it. So you make a major announcement and it's
Yeah.
like,
Well, they want to phase out the media. They really do. I'm not sounding crazy, but that's why they have a guy who gets paid $65,000 a year to post on social media, because that's their media. They don't have time. You guys know the governor hardly comes on here. Every time she comes on here, I have like 5,000 new gray hairs. That's how infrequently she comes on. I think she came on last time she came on was, I want to say, November. Anyway, so yeah, but in the real world, guys, in reality world, if you're going to have a big announcement like, hey, I want to pay the RISE Act, but I want to include all the government employees and the retirees, you would do what is called maybe a press conference or, and allow the media to ask questions like, hey, how much is this going to cost? But when you do a Facebook, it's a one-way. You can't ask any questions. And then they get to put a nice filter on, and everyone's happy, and no one gets their feelings hurt, and the governor gets to have a great day because the pesky media wasn't asking questions.
I mean, you can keep talking at the people, but at some point you're going to have to talk to the people.
Oh, pwned! You hear that, Lulu Bell? Some point, you have to talk to the people. Don't talk at us. We're people. You talk to us. Good point. Bree, man, you're on it, dude. Let's just clock out. That's it. That's it. Yeah. So
it is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. And I mean, traditionally, like in the real world reality time, if they did have a big announcement like this that came out yesterday on the Facebook, a one-way communication where you can't ask any questions, then traditionally, like the next day, there would be an opportunity. They'd say, hey, the governor went on her Facebook and did this, but she's going to come on, and you guys have any questions? Or, like the communications people would be like, hey, we're going to come on, or hey, anybody, you know what I mean? That kind of deal. But that's reality. This is how we communicate now is through WhatsApp. It's just so much easier. No one gets uncomfortable. I don't gonna, go hard and ask questions. It's just WhatsApp. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna have a fun show today. At 6:23. Hey, Facebook Live, how's it? What's up, guys? See who we got here. Bennett Lujan Duenas, first one in. Her and Rosemary LaGuardia, it's like they're really neck and neck. Sometimes, right? Yeah, Bennett's first one in. Rosemary sometimes. Good morning to both of you guys. Chamarita Regis from the beautiful hillside of Sinania. Elizabeth Agagi, Hafaloa, and good morning from Eva Beach, Hawaii. How about that eclipse? How about it? Man, I got a video, guys. Okay, but, dude, I'm going to sound so stupid right now. Like, what time was the eclipse, Ken?
Oh, man. I
Couldn't you get up on that thing?
I don't really... What time was it? 8?
Oh, I thought you're like this. You went to St. John's. By default, we just ask you things.
I
Smart
was
question.
sick, man. I was sick.
Oh, you were
I was
sick.
at home,
Okay,
not
yeah.
doing much, so... I did see it, though.
Yeah. Was it at 6:30 or was it at 10?
It felt pretty late.
I thought
No,
it was
wasn't. It
at
couldn't have been at
9.
10.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been
Yeah.
at 10 because I was...
See, we only know about
probably,
things like the RISE Act, guys,
8:30.
and the red
It was
Jeep
probably
crash.
8:30.
We know a lot about that, but
I'm going to say 8:30.
8:30? Yeah, so anyway, your boy over here thought it was at 6:30. So I was like, oh, kids, we got to go to catch the eclipse. We're never going to be able to see another one for 500 years. So 6:30, we load up, head over to First Beach in Epan. And I was like, I'm going to do a time lapse for the link. Yep. You know how long it takes to do a time lapse, guys, of an eclipse that actually isn't even happening? Yeah, it takes a long time. So I'm going to play my video, but don't laugh. So yeah, I thought it was at 6:30. We went out and I was like, where's it at? And the kids are just like, this isn't even worth it. Yeah.
Wait, so what did you see then?
I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to put it
Saw
up.
the moon.
I saw the moon. Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
And then later on at like 10, it was like, oh, wow. Oh, that's what you guys were talking about.
And in the meantime, I got a really, really, really good picture of the moon.
I love your picture, Bree. It's-
Are you sure that was the moon? That looked like your driveway.
I mean, phones nowadays.
That was your driveway,
Zoom
right?
in.
Yeah, I didn't get it. Okay, we're going to put those in the chat. God, you know, my family, they always call when I'm on the air. And then they tell me, Mom, he never answers when we call. I'm on the air. You get the memo? We're doing a whole show here, guys. And they call me on Messenger video. You ever get that where people are like, you don't even know, call you on Messenger video? Yeah, I don't know if you guys have that problem. I do, though. It's like, why are you video calling? I don't even know you, dude. Anyway, 626, guys. Facebook Live, it's popping. Elizabeth Aggie, Anita Materney, Blas McHale. Good morning, Roadrunners. Mina Cruz, half a day. My familia, sister, Chong, brother, Ken, nieces, and nephews. Hope you're all doing well. Miss you all. Emma Olalia, good morning. Aaron Redoble. Good morning, Team KUAM fam. Looking mighty fine today, Chris. Well, thank you. It must be my silver. Dude, what's up with my hair, bro?
It's cool, man. It's like
what
a
do you mean
George
it's cool? It
Clooney
looked
thing.
like freaking Naruto.
Like a George Clooney thing.
Oh, my mom got me this shampoo. It's some kind of like, I don't know what it is, but she was like, oh, because you have silver hair. She's like, yeah, use that silver shampoo in there. It's going to give you highlights. I don't know. Do you guys notice the difference?
No.
No. See? Yeah. Okay. Bree's giving me the let's get to work look. Right? You said, she's like, no, shut up. Let's get to work. Let's get to work then, guys. You want to clock in? Are you clocked in, Joe? Okay, good. All right. This is the link. Thursday, May 27th. Good morning. My name's Chris. Ken San Nicholas. Joe, sir. That's not his real name. That's all you're going to get, though. People are looking for him. If we give you his real name, they're going to come. Sabrina, good morning.
Good morning.
From the KUAM news team with the very latest. Sabrina Salas Mazzanani.
Half a day, everybody. We're just going to go head straight back into the TV news studios for our headlines from, I believe it's Tyler Mazzanani.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. Governor Leon Guerrero has issued a new executive order that expands the local assistance program known as the RISE Act. It's been renamed the All Rise program that now makes eligible additional groups such as government employees and senior citizens. Here's more.
The governor made the announcement in a brief online appearance on her Facebook site.
Our administration's greatest belief and philosophy is that we leave no one behind. Our program includes the retirees, our Manamco, who are especially vulnerable to COVID-19 due to their health and comorbidities.
The All Rise program also expands eligibility to local and federal government employees. It will be funded through the American Rescue Plan. The RISE Act, which she let lapse into law last year, caps funding at $30 million. But while the EO expands eligibility, it is not specific about additional funding.
The Department of Revenue and Taxation will implement the program within 30 working days of identifying of the required funds, and they will also be the administrator of this program.
Like the original RISE Act, the program will provide one-time financial aid of $800 to individual taxpayers who make less than $40,000 a year and $1,600 to couples who make less than $80,000.
It is an all-inclusive program that will meet the needs of our most vulnerable individuals.
The governor said in her EO that the discriminatory treatment in the original RISE Act of government employees and retirees undermines its integrity.
The newly approved 28% power rate hike could be pulled back if the governor provides American Rescue Plan funding. GPA General Manager John Benavente says he met with her at Adelup ahead of Tuesday's CCU meeting to discuss the possibility.
I know she was interested in trying to help, but right now, like I mentioned to her, I need to move forward, with the commissioners, right,
Yeah.
to determine what is in the best judgment is the way to go, and then move that to the PUC.
The CCU on Tuesday night approved GPA's proposal to raise the fuel surcharge. It will enable them to cover a projected increase in fuel oil costs and also recover some of the $30 million under-recovery from previous year fuel purchases. CCU Chairman Joey Duenas.
But now you're at least recovering $7.5 million. You need to start recovering something. That, to me, that's the important part. I think that's what you were saying. You need to start recovering some of the money.
But the Public Utilities Commission is not expected to make a final decision on the rate hike until the end of July. And Commissioner Mike Limtiaco asked, what if the governor does decide to help?
Could you withdraw the petition past July? I mean, if in the event the governor was saying, yes, we can assist, what is the mechanism or process to withdraw a petition in the event that...
Well, we'll just ask the PUC to put a condition on their decision, no? So that if there is some replacement of revenues for the shortfall, then GPA can cut off the so-and-so.
The newly approved rate hike means a more than $57 monthly increase in the average residential bill starting in August.
Not only has the doors opened to Jerry's Kitchen, but a Pandora's box as what really happened that night. A red Jeep plowed into the Tamuning restaurant and the person behind the wheel was only cited for imprudent driving. It turns out there's a whole lot more to the story than was initially reported by the Guam Police Department.
There's conspiracy theories that there was this massive cover-up, and nothing that I know of now, based on what I've read, could be further than the truth.
That was Chief of Police Steve Ignacio on March 3rd fielding questions about what happened at Jerry Kitchen when the driver of a red Jeep and her passengers slammed into the restaurant the early morning hours of February 25th. The driver was only cited for speeding. According to a magistrate's complaint filed on Wednesday, however, the driver, now identified as 30-year-old Nikita Ugin, wasn't just speeding, but allegedly drunk driving and charged with driving while impaired. The charge stems from a follow-up investigation that was launched after the interview with the chief, who called on people to come forward if they had any additional information about the case. That follow-up investigation was conducted in conjunction with Highway Patrol and the Office of the Attorney General. The investigators not only were able to retrieve surveillance video of the crash, but also video of Ugin and her 3 passengers drinking at a local bar before the incident, and receipts from the bar. According to court documents, the video surveillance shows Ugin and her passengers taking 7 shots of alcohol and having additional drinks. Further, the video allegedly shows the defendant laying her head on the bar just before leaving. The complaint states the Jeep crashed into Jerry Kitchen approximately 10 to 15 minutes after the group left the bar. It was also revealed that it was on April 21st when the confidential witness had eventually come forward with information about the incident. The confidential witness was contacted by one of the passengers to show up to the location. AG investigators were told by the CI that they believed they were all drunk. As we reported, one of the passengers in the vehicle was an off-duty police officer. Court documents also stated that responding officer Chris Champion did not administer a field sobriety test the night of the crash. Only a speeding ticket was issued to Ugin, who paid it in full the next day. Just this afternoon, GPD announced that an administrative investigation has been launched by its Internal Affairs section to determine if any officers on or off duty may have violated any orders, rules, or regulations. Police Chief Steve Ignacio stated in a release, quote, "Our sworn officers are held to a higher standard, and we also hold our employees accountable for their actions," unquote. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Denounce racism at the expense of the right to self-determination. That was the fundamental dilemma lawmakers spoke about at length during session Wednesday. Senators were debating a resolution by Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes that supports a U.S. House resolution seeking to disavow the so-called insular cases. These were a series of Supreme Court opinions in 1901 that formed the basis for the U.S. relationship with its unincorporated territories like Guam. After a morning full of passionate remarks, senators passed the resolution without objection to the third reading file for later voting. The 2020 National Drug Threat Assessment conducted by the DEA reports that meth and marijuana are the two principal drugs used on Guam, with meth posing the greatest threat. According to the report, many of Guam's violent crimes are linked to drugs, alcohol abuse, lack of economic opportunities, and lack of higher learning. It's also found that most of the meth is shipped from the U.S., primarily California and Washington, via postal packages. During drug trafficking groups have also been identified and are typically comprised of Korean, Filipino, and Chinese traffickers smuggling in meth via couriers. Drug proceeds are often mailed back to the U.S. or sent electronically through bank accounts. Guam Customs has confiscated nearly 200 pounds of meth and marijuana since January. In district court, former University of Guam employee 33-year-old Stephen Mamero pleads guilty to possession of child pornography. He made an initial appearance with defense counsel Clyde Lemons yesterday and waived a reading of the indictment. According to the plea agreement, between January and April 2015, Mamero knowingly had sexually explicit photos and videos of a minor on his phone. During the plea hearing, it was stated that Mamero was working for a bank at the time and was a member of a WhatsApp group chat with other bank employees. On March 21st, 2015, Mamero used his work phone to forward the sexually explicit photos of a 16-year-old to another chat. He faces up to 10 years in prison, a maximum fine of $250,000 in restitution. Sentencing is set for October. Mamero remains on house arrest. The decades-old pool in Hagåtña will not be fixed, and it's just not capable of being used anymore. However, it may be developed into a recreational park. KUAM's Isaiah Uggan has more.
As KUAM reported, the Hagåtña pool is run down and not suitable. Department of Parks and Recreation Director Rocky Alcantara.
The Hagåtña pool, the first thing is that, the pool is not going to be renovated or whatever. It's because it's not feasible. It's sinking. I mean, it's got a lot of cracks. Waters are, and it's in a, what do you call that, swamp area, wetland.
DPR met with the Swimming Club Association earlier this month to discuss the future of the Hagåtña pool. The association hired a structure engineer to do an assessment of the pool. Alcantara said his department, the swim club, and the lieutenant governor will be meeting again tomorrow to discuss the plan for the pool if it's not worth repairing.
There's some request that we put beach volleyball in there. There's also an organization that approached me just last week to see if they can put a skate park in there. So there's future things that we can do there if it's not feasible to become a pool again.
Alcantara further stated that in his opinion, it's not worth fixing because it is not only the pool that needs repairing.
The mechanical room needs to be worked on. It looks like it's going to cost maybe more than $1 million. And of course, the pipes are all underground, and as far as repairing the leaks and whatever there is, it's going to take a while.
Meanwhile, the pool at the Guerrero Sports Complex is expected to open by the end of July if all repairs are done.
Right now at the complex, I have my guys working on repairing the pool, painting the pool itself, repairing whatever crack there is, and so they should have been they're about close to completion.
The holdup for the pool reopening sooner is the approval from GSA of another contract to do additional repairs of the pool. Reported for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Thanks, Isaiah. The Guam Veterans Affairs Office will soon be getting assistance in modernizing the agency. According to Director Tim Uggan, there will be a teleconference today with Utah Office of Veterans Affairs to finalize an agreement. The Guam Veterans Affairs Office has developed a new program to digitize all of its case and record management. The Utah office has volunteered to enforce the process. Agansetti hopes the agreement will be signed by the end of this week. Controversial Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is facing backlash once again from both Democrats and Republicans in her own party. The Georgia representative has compared mask mandates in the House chamber to the Nazis, forcing millions of Jews to wear fabric stars before taken to concentration camps. Natalie Brand has more.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are condemning the comments from Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who compared mask mandates and vaccines to the Holocaust.
This is one of a frequent outbursts that are absolutely outrageous and reprehensible.
These are sickening, reprehensible comments, and she should stop this vile language immediately.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called it appalling, but did not mention any possible consequences. That's not good enough for some in her own party.
I think we should kick her out of the conference, prevent her from, coming to conference meetings, benefiting from conference materials.
The House voted earlier this year to strip Greene of her committee assignments after she endorsed political violence on social media. Despite the backlash, the freshman lawmaker has become one of the top fundraisers in Congress, raising more money than the House GOP leader.
Really, if you're able to get outrage for yourself, that's a win. There's fundraising dollars, there's media attention for that.
Only 2 representatives have raised more campaign cash during the first quarter of this year.
The Republican Party has become so built around fighting a culture war that if you're seen as fighting, you're in good standing with voters. That's really all that matters.
Greene is defending her comments on social media, calling herself pro-Israeli and refusing to apologize. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Also from the nation's capital, Congressman Michael St. Nicholas has introduced H.R. 3539. The measure would designate the Hagåtña Post Office as Atanasio Titano Perez Post Office. Perez was the first postmaster for Guam and first secretary to the governor during the naval era. The Joint Information Center reports that 2 new COVID-19 cases have been confirmed out of 253 tests performed Tuesday. To date, there have been a total of 8,143 officially reported cases of COVID-19. Since March of last year, there have been 139 deaths, 48 cases are active, and there have been more than 7,900 recoveries. Currently, there are 5 people hospitalized, 1 receiving ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. A total of 79,031 people have been fully vaccinated. Guam's CAR score is now 0.2. Meanwhile, the Guam Department of Education reported that an employee at Liguan Elementary School is tested positive for COVID. The employee is currently in isolation. Contact tracing has begun. Sanitation performed. School will continue today. It's another reason to get vaccinated. United Mileage Plus members could win a chance for some free tickets and even a year's worth of travel from the airline. The Your Shot to Fly sweepstakes is in support of the Biden administration's efforts to get people vaccinated. Members are encouraged to upload their COVID vaccination records to the airline's app until June 22nd to participate in the sweepstakes. United will be giving away 30 pairs of tickets to anywhere in the U.S. in any class. Then on July 1st, 5 members will be randomly selected for a grand prize of travel for a year for themselves and a companion, also in any class of service. Anywhere in the world United flies. Uploading their records also will save customers time at the airport, especially for destinations where they are required to provide proof of vaccination. You can enter at united.com/yourshot-to-fly. And now here is your news in Chamorro with Ken Concepcion.
Buenos napadays to get sunto gifinut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Munahod sa gobyerno Luliang Guerrero nuevo na orden eksekutibo ni ayumente in assiste ni gobernamento na programa no ginin maagang The RISE Act. Matulay kay naan niya para All RISE na programa no naman kwalifika mas na grupo tayo empleo ni gobernamento sa ni manamko. Anunsya magahaga ani ano kun rato gi sa na Facebook na playgo. Asangan na imastat kilo sa presiso na hinang gini administrasyon niya sa iti paro madingo para mabando na masya haudzi na tawtaw. Galing niya na este na programa sa na asano mas na grupo siya tayo manritiraw manamko sa na di man senboy na kontra COVID-19 na pesti sa purisalud niya paditsatnot niya. I-aurais ang programa sa aumenta ikonalafika para yung empleo ng gobernamentong Guam sa ni empleo ni Federal. Isalapi ni na posible esti sa Guinean American Rescue Plan. Mento sa Rise Act ni manalay gimapos na sakan sinifit man niya no ninayas ta hulog 80 milyon pesos. Zay nebo na orden eksekutibo ha aumenta mas adi man kwalifika ti senkla ruginin mano mga gimas sa salapi. Ilay nga si Guerrero na Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation sa para ma-implementa yung nuevo na programa entry 30 dias na tempo después ma-identifika hafa na salapi para manasadbi. Ilay nga na siya loki Revenue and Taxation para hilu este na programa. Kulang tayo permit na RISE Act, programa sa anayong biyaya na in-assistance lapi no 800 pesos para do siya ay man manapapasi tax. Sa menos ki 40 pesos gisaka na gagana, dan 600 pesos para ito sumasagwa no menos ki 80 pesos gisakan magagana. Yung mas artikulo, adi 2020 National Drug Threat Assessment no sinegwi ni Drug Enforcement Administration para DEA ma-report na i-meth dyan ni marijuana sa idos mas prinsipal na bineno para islakta. Dyan i-meth mas peligro dyan animasaw. Sigon na dyan na report, san migay na kinantadisan empetu po di bineno iat kohon ay nabuso, hinasun oportunidad kanamiya, dyan suto mo sinasantat kalo na edukasyon para itamotsogwi. Masodalo kay na mas meth mafatumagi gin ni Estados Unidos, piot California and Washington State, entry pakete gi post office. Adyan na grupo ni muna papatu siya na kontrabando sa mga identifika sa pinat Korean, Tagalog and Sino siya na traffickers no malilifit halom ni courier siya. Isalapi siya ni magagana po di dinaspatsan bineno sa seso mameo tatigi Estados Unidos pan madeposita gi niya account entry internet. Desde Enero na mes maimbatga no Guam Customs kana 200 libras na bineno. Mas asunto, di District Court of Guam ang ginenempleado ni Universidad si Stephen Mamario no 33 anyos na edad sa plea guilty pod manggugod child pornography na inatsaki. Este finena na anog dyan abogan niya Clyde Lemons giinigap na taluani dyan renunsya edison niya para mataytay ito niya indictment. Sigon ni plea agreement, maasaki na tungo si Mamario. Nagwaha senkla rozan na namaraw siya na litrato dyan bidyon minoridad gitelefon niya. Maasaki no este siya na kinanta DC ni masusedi gi Enero este abrit na mes ki 2015 nasakan. Gidurante nito na plea masangan na masusedi do siya na inataki matototso si Mamario para ibangko sa member gi grupon WhatsApp sa noto siya na empleyao guihi. Di 21 gimatsu 2015 yan at sebi si Mamario telefon niya pero nahano siya litrato ng 16 anyos na patgon para oto siya na grupon WhatsApp. Afafa na esta hulog 10 anyos gi preso dyan minitan 250,000 pesos na restitution pero masintensya si Mamario gi Oktubre na mes mientras maarestan guma. Yuto mo na asunto, Guam Veterans Office at tiyo apal na tempo na umana mas adelanto sa nuevo posisyon ni azo na ahensya. Ilang si Tim Agon ni Direktor azo na ahensya pero guhapago na organ teleconference sa new Office of Veterans Affairs gita Utah pero manaklaro dyan para mahusta siya palo gitinigi giyang konforman niya. Tiyasangan siya agon hafa man nesesita mana mas klaro lo legnan na sinya azo na kontrata mafitma depende gi inagang konferensya. Nuri ni por di KUAM Guam Veterans Affairs Office at SNBUS tayo tayo mamaneha kausa dyan record siya. Lo mafatinas nuevo na programa no siyempre dingo 10 anyos muna at na ahensya ipumalo siya. Dazangin matutuhon ma-digitize record niya. I opisina gita youth sa bumalintaryo para ma-emphasize at na hinano. Ilang siya na desesya mohon no mafitma at na kontrata yu tumuneste na semana. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception. Yasunto yung finut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KU.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nenny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Tamuning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Kan fetik more Modo meso Tibwerikin fodo Meri veri rao Minni gasagase Maka kan fetik more
Hey, good morning. All rise. All rise for Sabrina Salzman-Tanani.
Whatever.
Hey, good morning. Well, the senators told the governor, pay the Rise Act. The governor said, I'll pay the Rise Act, and I'll raise you. And she's actually expanded the eligibility through executive order for the Rise Act. And so who's going to get it now, Sabrina?
Well, GovCom employees are going to get it, and retirees are going to get it.
But not just that, you still have to be eligible, so I think it's $40,000 is the cutoff.
Right, I think, and $80,000 for couples.
Right.
I don't know, we couldn't ask questions, so you know.
Yeah, and she did this on her Facebook Live, of course, because if this was a press conference, the media would have had all kinds of questions. I mean, just basic questions like, how much is it going to cost?
So in the initial bill or the law, it's
Right.
I believe it was $30 million.
Right. And it's funny, we actually have a soundbite, and we're going back a little bit for this. Sean Gumatauta in the KUM News Zoom room, by the way. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, good morning, guys. Half a day.
Well, what's your 2 cents on this rise? Well, I don't know. What to
All
call it.
rise. Or rise.
Well, the last 3 or 4 times that we had been on I've been on air with you, I was stressing how small businesses continue to be left behind on this entire issue. Without the small businesses, they're not going to get a lot of people back to work. I mean, there's really that's the main employer on Guam. So when the governor decides to say, okay, I'm going to give it to those at 40,000 below, and they're spending $30 million, and no press conference, can you tell us exactly how many people are going to get checks? Because then that'll say, maybe you don't need 30, maybe you need 15, and maybe you can take 15 million and give them to small businesses through Gita's program that they just launched a year ago. I mean, it's interesting. We'll take an audit on as a business for that Gita grant, but we won't see any word whether or not you're going to get new monies for small businesses in this community. And I think it's to have GovGuam employees as well. I'm a fan of GovGuam. It was there for 10 years, but they were all getting paid during the entire pandemic. So I'm not sure why that would also be a priority of the administration. So I'm a little confused, and like you, I didn't think the Facebook page or Facebook Live was really adequate to spread that message.
Yeah, but they're trying to build it up for the election. So when they have these announcements and they only put it on Facebook Live, what they're trying to do, we know, hello, we're in the digital media. Well, we are a digital media. They're a government that thinks they're a digital media. But yeah, when they do things and they make it exclusive to their Facebook, it's just meant to drive traffic to it and increase the likes and the views. And so we're going to play this clip from the author of the RISE Act.
Right. This was the closing comments on the floor. It's a portion of it from Senator Regine Bisco-Lee.
And I ask our colleagues to heed the criticism that we felt in April from our struggling families, that we waited too long before planning, giving them much needed assistance. And this is our chance to do just that before 2021 comes. This assistance can help families buy groceries while their SNAP or welfare applications may be processed, or to save for balloon payments, for rent, for utilities, for loans. Madam Speaker, this bill will begin the process to help up to 30,000 families with an assistance check. And we were able to develop this model by standing by a decision to make GovGuam employees and federal government workers ineligible for this aid. And I understand the criticism that this isn't fair, but it also has not been fair that while our brothers and sisters in the private sector have been laid off, furloughed, and left to navigate a never-before-done unemployment program, we in the government of Guam and in the federal civil service have been sitting pretty. We've been getting, many of us, at least 100% of our pay this entire year. And as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, I think we who are in public service should really check our privilege and sit this one out.
Wow. Check your privilege. Oh, man. Sean.
Yeah, she kind of answered my question, but in December, when she said that, right, 30,000 that number has had to have changed. It's only, I don't know, getting into June. And so when we think about that number, and remember, the governor did not sign the bill. She let it lapse.
Yeah.
So I don't know now all of a sudden there's a big priority for her to pay something that she really didn't intend to really put into play. Now, if you guys understand the way that works, right? So the governor can either sign or veto the bill, but when she chose to let it lapse, there was that for her, she was just like, I couldn't make a decision, or I'm not going to, it's just gonna go. Maybe it's unenforceable. Maybe that's why she chose not to sign it. So when she goes down this road and then, oh, now you can pay the RISE Act, clearly it's a real policy dilemma, because she's like, already said I'm not gonna do it. And then getting pressured to do it, I'm not exactly sure why not take 30 million and put it into public schools? Why not take 30 million and again, give it to small businesses, or maybe to give it to the GVB as they're trying to market the rest of in our island as we try to reopen our #1 industry. 30 million can be spent a little bit better than the intended purpose of the RISE Act, which was needed, honest to God, 6 months ago, not now.
Yeah.
It was needed way much longer before. Everyone's back to work. Almost everyone is.
Yeah. What do you make though, Sean? Because in her executive order, it was pretty much she went down the line and came up with all these reasons why she felt that government employees and the retirees should have been included. And the main argument was that even though they were working and receiving 100% of their pay, they were still incurring, new costs and still having to make the expenditures that, to be fair, we all had to do, which was the wives, we all spent a lot of money on a lot of things, and government employees did that too. So what do you make of that argument? That
the same group of people could have gone to those food distribution centers and gotten food from USDA. There was nothing that was going to stop them in our communities from them getting that. There was nothing stopping them from a lot of other services that are being proffered. But to give them a check because we felt that, okay, they were struggling. I mean, check your friends and family who were offloaded during the pandemic, who were in the tourism industry. The GovGuam workers, almost all of them were at work, and they were gaining not only their salaries, but they were also getting their benefits, contributing to the retirement fund, and on those kinds of things. And I think most of them were working. And I think if you ask the average government of Guam worker, they're not going to tell you in your face that, yeah, we should get that. They're going to be saying this, we never really asked for it. Most GovGuam workers were just putting their nose to the grindstone, risking their lives and families by going into work, wearing masks, all these things. They were given a lot of tools. And you ask any average GovGuam worker, I don't think they were looking for that check. And I don't think right now, I think they were kind of very happy they got one for many respects, because they watched everyone else not get one. And I talked to a lot of my family, and they were just very, very happy but concerned. Yeah. And I think many of them are concerned that we would spend $30 million on something like this out of this false notion that the economy is going to be driven by this. More expenditure into that's going to make it real hot. And honestly, there's not very many businesses open. We need to get them all open. The island has to reopen and get our tourists back and get our lives back to normal. And one check isn't going to do it.
All right.
Sorry, no coffee today.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'm a little bit cranky.
Right on. Go drink your coffee. Thanks, Sean. We got Senator Moylan. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, again, I would disagree with the senator. I think we should, small businesses, help us out while you're at it, right? And maybe they'll, listen. I'm not really, on the GRT, it's that argument that, well, let's get some other stuff. Help out businesses and help out the industries, get them all back and reopen the island. That's what I'm saying today.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Sean. And if we don't get a chance to talk to
you guys have a great one.
Yeah, have a safe trip.
You doing a podcast this week?
I will. I am. I'm actually doing it based on the whole Guam versus the United States opinion that came out. So it's going to take a different slant at the look at the how ORDOT happened, and it's going to be an interesting one. It was a lot of fun to write it. It will be pretty, editing all that stuff today and getting it online. So check it out on your.
Yeah, and you were at Outer Loop. Yeah, you were because it was Governor
Felix,
there.
Right? I was there. I was there part of when they were closing it. I was there when we were trying to get the bond financing. I was there when they were going to every status meeting at the U.S. District Court. Remember, they called everybody.
Yeah.
So it's a different insight, and hope everyone will listen to it. That's it. That's all. Where you can find your favorite podcast.
All right.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, my brother.
Safe travels.
Sabrina, have a great one.
Yep.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
7:03. Quick break. We're coming back with Senator Jim Moylan next on the link.
Learn more about our region.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check.
When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we've got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff. At East West Rental Center, with years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Every morning when I first saw you, you got my feelings in a tangle, Lord. What should I do? Oh, she's got me going crazy. She's a beautiful lady. If my heart could speak out.
All rise, please, for the Honorable Sabrina Salas Mantanani. I said all rise. All right, okay. At ease.
You may sit.
They do that, and I don't even know. I guess they did that they do that for all the governors?
I don't know. I just remember being at a press conference at Adelup one day, because, I usually don't go out in the field a whole lot,
Yeah.
but the one time I went up there for a press conference, was sitting, waiting, and it was like, all rise, and I was like, wait, what? And it was for the Maga Hugger.
I know. Well, when I was there, I thought it was a judge coming in. But
Yeah. Or you were in court.
Good morning. It's 7:08. Senator Jim Moylan coming up. Wow, it's raining cats and galagos out there. Palaxi to the maxi. Please be safe. Link fam. Let's pop up these pictures, something that we're able to get from a trusted source. This is going on over at Tigwac Cemetery in Emmett Till. It's the island's public cemetery. We're popping these up. And so apparently what's happening is relatives, friends of the deceased buried there are building these little houses to kind of house the graves. And I'm not sure how the Department of Parks and Rec, look at that. Yeah.
These are really nice, You could tell a lot of work was put into these mini structures.
Right. But so we were able to talk briefly yesterday with Department of Parks and Rec Deputy Director Victor Villagomez, Sabrina.
Yeah, and we're actually going to do an interview with him today at the cemetery. So this is something that they've had to kind of deal with. There's two entrances into the cemetery. The one, I guess, in the front towards the Nimitz Hill.
Nimitz Towers?
Right, yeah. And then there's another entrance. And so he said that people are just coming in and they're building these structures, at night. And, one of the policies, or according to the policies, that number one is you're not to build any sort of permanent structure
right
at the cemetery. And so they've been working with some of these families to tell them, hey, you cannot, and the funeral homes, that you cannot be building these structures at the cemetery. So I don't know if they're going to be asking anybody to take these down. I don't think so.
How big are these?
Just,
I don't know, man.
yeah, I haven't.
I mean, can you just stay in there?
They look like the tiny homes.
My mom's sister is buried here.
My grandmother's buried there.
Yeah. We didn't build a whole house, though, because it's tight squeeze.
I haven't been there in two. Let's see. I was there 2 years ago to do a crime scene.
Right.
A crime time morning lineup show, and that was not there. So between in 2020 to now.
Yeah. Well, I went to go clean Auntie Jeannie's grave for All Souls Day last year, and I didn't see it.
Yep, wasn't there. Wasn't there at the end of last year.
So what did DPR? I mean, God, I can't imagine them telling people, "Oh, tear it down." But are they going to tell people tear it down?
I don't think so. But we're gonna be interviewing Victor Villagomez today at the cemetery, and ask him what they're doing about this.
Right, Rosemary.
Because it is kind of a sensitive
well, yeah, because it's
issue.
Rosemary Laguardia comments in, as beautiful as these structures are, what happens during a typhoon? Yeah, and then I wonder, is it
one there? I mean, there's like a bunch.
It's like a whole village of little houses. But I wonder too, is there any infringement on the grave next to you?
Sure. Yeah.
Right, because it's already tight. Like when I go clean Auntie Jeannie's grave, I got to move around 2 other graves all around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and also, I mean, come on, in the middle of the night, they really were building these structures. It couldn't have been. It could have been,
Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, well, it was either him or the actual director I was talking to. They come in at night and they build these structures, but I don't know.
Yeah, right. They're just not checking it. I mean, come on, DPR doesn't even, they can't even check the parks. We've been to how many parks that are DPR parks that are totally overrun by illegal dumping, so don't tell me they're over there policing
in the middle
the cemetery.
But there are funeral homes that still frequent that area, right?
Right.
So there's services there, and
yeah,
I mean,
these
these
things
things
have
balusters on them.
Yeah,
they're not.
Yeah, these are pretty legit, right? I mean, that's stimulus money.
Yeah, that's like a cute little clubhouse or something that you could have for your.
Yeah, so I wonder. I mean, can you go?
It's really nice.
Is the grave site, and then is there room for people to go and kick back or?
I don't know. We'll find out today when we see it, firsthand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Chris Cave writes in, shouldn't there be a survey of the boundaries? Well, I guess, right?
It should be.
7/12, Thursday, May 27th. Coming up, guys, just here's what's coming up on the show. We got the magistrates for this Jerry's Kitchen DUI 180. It was just kind of funny because I was going through some of the old clips. So this happened on February 25th.
Right.
And since then, we've done a bunch of interviews about it. And every single interview we did, whether it was Sergeant Paul Tapau or Chief Steve Ignacio, they were like, it's not a DUI. It's not a DUI.
Right. And that was
the first day.
And that was based on the records and the information that was presented to them, right?
Yeah.
So there was nothing for them to believe that there was anybody was DWI.
But we believed it from the first day, because when we talked about it, I remember saying, I watched the clip last night. I remember saying this happened on the first night the bars were open.
Yeah.
It was the first night the bars were open, and it happened at 3 a.m. or whatever.
1.
Yeah. So they just opened the bars, and then this happened. So, of course, we were all like, oh, yep, DUI. You know how Guam is, and we all knew it was the same. This DUI is just a cop helping the cop kind of thing. So we're going to read that and get into it, and we're getting Senator Frank Blas Jr., who is what is the deal with Senator Frank? Is he the acting public safety chair?
I don't know anymore.
I don't know. It's so confusing. And really, it's just, to me, I don't even know what these senators are thinking. But Senator Piro Terlahi, the public safety chair, last term, he couldn't even really be the public safety chair because his son was all in the news and in the federal court. And then the same thing happened this year. And now he's got his granddaughter, who has been identified as the off-duty police officer who was in this Jeep. Yeah, so I just don't know why public safety deserves so much better. They really do. If you listen to what we're talking about, people are resigning. They just deserve to have representation in the legislature that can really represent them without any question of impropriety or corruption. I mean, just from the get-go, Senator Peto's office, there was a bunch of media stories they did at the beginning when he first came in about all the drug-related people who work there. I mean, we're talking about people who have been connected with, meth, smuggling, marijuana, smuggling. I mean, it's crazy. And he's in charge of public safety. And these senators enable it. It's just weird. So Senator Frank Blas Jr., because Senator Peto is so conflicted, they had to find a whole other senator. I think he's the vice chair of public safety. Yeah, I don't know. Well, anyway, he's the guy that we have to talk to about it. Senator Moylan. Good morning.
Morning, Chris.
Hey,
Jason.
Morning. Well, interesting morning, huh?
Very much. Yes, a lot of stories out. I got to catch up on Facebook. It seems I missed a few things.
We might need to go an extra hour.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Senator. So we'll just start there, right? So I mean, you guys are the legislature, and it's no secret that you've been in constant communication as a body and even as an individual and as individual senators, constant communication with that loop, writing letters saying, hey, pay the RISE Act, hey, this is our spending plan. And to me, for the governor to just, sidestep you guys and come out with a little Facebook Live so she can boost her social media numbers and make this huge announcement without the opportunity for the media to even ask a single question, I think it's just fishy. But is that how you guys found out? Did Adelup call and say, hey, guess what? We're gonna pay the RISE Act, but we're gonna call it the All RISE Act.
No, the All Rise.
Yeah. I think we were in session. Yeah, we were in session at that time, and then we received the executive order, and I was reading it during session yesterday, and that's when we found out. And then the news announcement came out, the public announcement came out later. So, but yes, I've been in discussion with the governor regarding the RISE Act, and I did put that forth also. I even submitted a bill to increase the RISE Act as well, since it's been delayed this long. And initially, the RISE Act was going to be, in the 35th Guam legislature, that was going to be $400. And we amended it. Senator Chalahi and myself amended it, and we received the votes to make it $800. And then, this delay. And so on the 36th, I amended it again because in reality, the RISE Act will sunshine in December. So we needed to extend it. And then we figured let's increase it to $1,000 as well. So did meet with the governor about this, and after several letters, and recommended just do an executive order as well. If you're not comfortable with it, put all the other things that you want into it via executive order. You can bypass this whole process at the Congress building, public hearing, and getting all of us or majority of us to agree to do it, to increase it as well, which I was trying to do once again. But she did it. The governor did it, and I'm happy. I'm happy that got done. But I was also looking for an actual date. So on the executive order, it directs Department of Revenue and Taxation to be in charge and to pay it out when funds are identified. So what does that mean? I understand that we have these funds here now, and according to the law, it's either through the general fund or federal fund. Priority goes to the federal fund. We have close to $600 million here now. What more do we need to identify?
Wait, are you at the blacksmith right now or something? What's going
on? I'm at my office. Right next door in the parking lot next to the library, they're constructing a building.
Okay.
I believe it's Community First.
All right.
So they're putting in the pylons. Sorry about that.
No.
It started already.
Cool.
Senator, I'm glad you mentioned that, because you're right, though. In the press release where it said, DRT has 30 days, and then that whole line about identifying the the required funds. So just again, so we're all clear, the RISE Act, not the All Rise Act, said that federal funds, right, were supposed to be used first before we tap into local funds. 30 million?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yes.
that's what I thought it said. But do you
Yes.
have any
And now-
idea? Do you know how many? Have any idea how much more we're looking at when you
I mean,
factor
it's kind
in
of basic. You would think that
eligible government of Guam employees and retirees?
you would think if the governor would come out. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's common sense. If the governor's going to come out and say, "I'm going to do this thing called the All Rise Act. I'm going to pay it to government employees who are eligible, retirees who are eligible. It's going to cost this much money." And there are this many of those government employees who qualify. There are this many. It's just basic. Like, you would just come out and tell us the freaking facts, the basics. Right? Am I stupid, or wouldn't you do that?
Well, I mean, it's been 5 months, so you would think you'd already kind of have that.
You would have that number and be
'Cause
like,
it's
okay.
it's been in the
yeah.
back of your mind.
Maybe you're going to be like, I know you guys are hating on GovGuam employees, but it's only going to cost, another 11 million or something. You know what I mean? Just basics. Like, don't insult our intelligence. Give it to us. Give it to us raw. Just give us the info. That's it.
Right. And-
Forget the fluff.
Yeah. Right. And the governor, through the executive order, if that 30 million was to run out, she can always add to it if she so wanted to as well. So there's a possibility.
Right.
There's a possibility that it may go over 30. But that's it. Still, that threshold is there for those to qualify, even if you are a government worker or a retiree or federal employee too. So she has the authority, as she continues to remind the legislature, you can't tell me what to do with the federal funds, but at least we can give our opinion and try to do that. And by the way, the Bill 11, we have that in third reading file, so it will be voted on, and we're coming back in session Friday with all the bills to look it over, and then we'll start our vote. And the override on the veto of Bill 11, which gives just the legislature is saying, when you're going to sign that executive order again, Governor, you need to come before us to explain what is going on.
So this is the extend the public health emergency bill.
Right. And the Bill 11 was saying, come before the legislature to explain, or, and if it's if we agree, then we agree. If we don't, then we'll say no. And the governor can once again sign the executive order to redeclare the emergency once again. But as yourself and just like us too at the legislature, we're constantly asking questions, constantly sending letters, and having to answer to the public with answers we don't necessarily have, and we're learning it as we come along too.
Learning it on Facebook. No, but speaking of public health emergencies, the current declaration expires on Memorial Day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
They're
so
gonna
I guess
extend it.
we should be seeing another, maybe another executive order. We don't know. We don't know if she's going to extend it or, but maybe we'll find out on Facebook. So.
So you may override Bill 11. What do you think, though? Do you guys have the votes?
It's pretty quiet about it, but I'm definitely in favor of it. And I don't see it. The governor's concern was, you're going to tie my hands. You're going to delay our process. I don't really think so. If you're every 30 when you come back up to renew it, that you're coming before us, you already know your answers. You already know why you're doing this. Just explain it. Be forefront with us. We want to know the numbers. We want to see where the money is going, especially because the legislature is still in control of the general fund, and we had to redirect monies elsewhere, or where else we can prioritize different things as well. That's the questions we want answered. So I don't see it as any delay or trying to take the governor's authority away. We just want it as an explanation time for the people of Guam and the people's house. So, and it most likely, especially depending upon the numbers and the health and the hospital stays as well, most likely the legislature would approve it. And then the governor has even a sense that the legislature is behind me. And if the people don't like it, you can blame the legislature also if you renew that executive order. And then the people can see who voted yes, let's go for another 30 days, or who voted no, let's reopen Guam and let's move forward. I think it will be very transparent for the people to see that, because we need to raise our voice this way through the representation of our senators here. So I'm definitely voting yes on the override, and I hope we need 10. That's what we really need, and then we can get that done.
All right. Are you having any more meetings with the governor about anything?
Well, yes. You know, I did do several initiatives, Let's Quit Guam Moving initiatives, and you know, there's things in the news that these bills would have helped. Again, I asked the governor if you can take a look at this. I did meet with the governor and
Wait, hold on,
policy advisor.
because I feel like you're kind of playing both sides here, because you're meeting with the governor, but then you introduced a bill saying that senators shouldn't meet with the governor unless it's open.
Individually.
Individually. So
I met
individually
with
is
the governor
okay.
individually.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. So the bill that we introduced focuses on when you call the body, when you call the entire body in to your office, right? You're asking all the legislatures, come on down. You're calling us in a formal meeting, and especially for this discussion on the federal funds. In that case, right? Invite the public as well. These individual meetings when we're sitting down just having a chat, trying to work out some details, then that's okay. But you're specifically going into a group. You call the entire legislature over to the ADA-loop, just as if we called the governor into the legislature. That would be a public meeting. Now you're calling us to your office, and it wasn't her beach. It was her office, right? Government facility that could have been open to the public. We did not make any decisions. We just kind of sat around there and said, yay, you know, I'm glad you like our plans. And she's saying, yes, I do. And I'll implement what I want. It kind of goes with what I
Senator, don't
want.
even say you guys said yay, because I was right outside the door. You guys were clapping for the governor. You guys,
Well, we
all I
did
heard
all
was like,
rise.
whoa, yeah, Gov, we love you.
We did all rise, just like Bree experienced.
Yeah,
there.
they did.
Yes,
Right
we
on.
did.
I can't wait
but
to
if
see the
I-
video on now when everybody's clapping, because
Yeah.
you know it's coming.
They're going to put slow motion of you, like, clapping, smiling at the governor. All right.
But really, my initiatives have not had a public hearing, and this is, you know, over a month and a half, and it should have. I should be on the calendar. But so how do I expedite this? Because these initiatives are talking about helping small businesses with their employees, using some of the American Rescue Plan money for that purpose, $30 million. You open your door again, here. Government through the American Rescue Plan will pay for your employee annual salary for that first year. We also have a business startup as well for those wanting to start up new businesses too, which, you know, a few have already opened, some restaurants as well. But a grant through the American Rescue Plan for a new business to start up between $5,000 and $25,000 at startup. We also talked about energy assistance. You know, and we're all talking about the possibility of the electrical bill going up $50 some dollars per month, and now there's conversation with the commission or with our CFO over there at GPA, with the governor to utilize some of the American Rescue Plan money to subsidize the authority there, so we don't have to increase the rates like that. But this bill, the Guam Energy Assistance Program, would do that as well, right? We're giving them money to assist them paying their utilities. We also have assistance program for their rentals too, because we know that it's going to come. That day is going to come, and they have to pay their rent, or it's over.
Yeah, and you guys got
depending on their landlord.
the one we were talking about is the $500 credit card one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The Pari Plebleku. So the program would provide every eligible resident $500 in a debit card to be spent just on Guam, right? And you prioritize what your spending needs as well. Could be gas, could be new clothes for your kids going to school.
Right.
So it was an idea that came from Hawaii, and they just wanted to use it in the restaurants. And I think Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association made that pitch to the governor as well. So our bill kind of just opened it up to everywhere, just not the restaurants. And you can use it for the restaurants if you so wish to, but let the families prioritize what's most important.
Senator,
likewise, we made that pitch.
Really just up against time, but just wanted to get your comment here. Public safety, retention. I know that you're part of a presentation, I believe. Just your thoughts really on, we've had Customs on, we've had GPD on, and both of them talk about losing officers to higher paying, not just higher paying federal jobs, but even higher paying jobs within the government of Guam.
Exactly. So this started back in the 35th Guam legislature when folks were going around in the machetes and banging on people's cars. And so we were thinking of different measures that we could do, but only to identify that our real problem is the amount of officers that we have. Peace officers. Peace officers, one that goes through many departments in the government agencies. There's over 1,200 of these positions now there, but there are the numbers where they should be, they're far below what's necessary. Talking specifically on the police officers, we identified three things. First, trying to get this recruiting list from DOA was way too long and too difficult. And by the time you get the list, people already found out their jobs, right? So it's too difficult. So we expanded that list. We expedited the process. That went into law, and we call it the SAMS Act, Swift Appointment Modernization Act. The next problem we identified for our peace officers was then when you get them recruited and they pass, well, first off, you bring them in, right? They got the list, but you got to take these tests. They can't pass the test. The percentage is, I believe it's 50% roughly. They can't pass the test. So you waited all this time and you got a list of names and you need them to take the test. They fail. So the problem was identified, and last year and again before the pandemic, we worked it out with GDOE and also GCC to come up with a track system. So I want to be a police officer, I want to be a customs officer, I want to be a port authority, or something in the peace officer section. Then you go on this track and you're studying, you know what to do, you can get your physical fitness, you know your math and your English. So when you graduate from high school, you can get a job and you can pass that post-test. You'll be ready physically and also mentally with your English proficiency and math skills too. So that was the second problem and Mariacata, by the way, is opening up that program this summer in conjunction with GDOE. So it's a pilot program, and she talked about it during her budget hearing just a couple of weeks ago in front of the senators. So we were happy to hear that. So that two things we solved. And the final thing is what we're now working on with the help of Dr. Fee, who was hired by Adelup and working out of the Guam Police Department, and is also a member of the Post Commission, to identify why are people leaving. And it comes down to pay, right? And there's other things too, but you mentioned also, a starting police officer is $11.87, right? After months of training, wearing a gun, getting out there on the beat. But you can be working for Guam Port Authority as a security guard.
Yeah. Time out. Why are the Port Authority police getting paid so much when they don't even have any drugs coming in there ever?
Well, their
like
money
ever.
The money at the Port Authority, just like the airport, has to stay within their agencies. So they continuously are able to raise their salaries, right? And a security guard, just a security guard, not post-qualified really, is $14.15. And then if you become a peace officer within the Port Authority, it's $18. That's a $7 difference from starting pay at the Port Authority and GPD. And GPD is just like Department of Corrections as well. And Department of Youth Affairs is a few cents less also. So there's discrepancies. And that's what we're trying to work on now. We introduced the bill, we had a public hearing, and we can get this done without doing a $500,000 study that we're not really fixing the problem, right? We did so many $500,000 studies, but we still, till this day, we have these discrepancies for equal level peace officers. And that should not be. And I think when we finally solve this one, then we'll have the retention problem taken care of. And if folks want to transfer, they're not going to lose money. They'll be able to maintain their salaries, similar to a structure that you see in the military. And the post commission will be responsible for this, and they already have a draft plan. What they're asking for us at the public hearing is we need additional assistance to really finalize this as well. And GCC in their budget proposal has a position that they're available for 75,000, and we're also asking. I'm asking the Lieutenant Governor's assistance to also dedicate an additional 75,000, so the post commission can have a full-time support, so they can process this, because the post is compiled of all these different agencies, right? But they also have their regular jobs to continue to do. So I can understand the help is necessary. So if we can get the budget proposed, I think we can move this bill forward and then resolve their retention problem by having these pays done.
Amen. Okay, Senator. We got to go. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Push that credit card thing, man.
Will do. All right.
I got to take these guys to lunch.
See you later.
Okay, see you. 7:36, quick break. Daphne Shimizu, Department of Revenue Tax Director, coming up next. You know, hey, all rise, whatever. You're going to get the RISE Act, the government employees, the retirees, so be it. You know what I mean? And that's, I think, what's interesting is, although the debate back then was, private sector laid off, GovGuam employees kept getting a paycheck. I think now with the speaker, when she had come on, and even Senator Moylan, they said, hey, if you're going to pay the government employees, the retirees, go ahead and pay them, but let's just pay the damn thing. And I don't know if any senator is going to come out and really make noise and complain about government employees getting the RISE Act, because it's election next year. Okay, we'll be back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Catch SportsLink on the... June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Guerrero, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hey, Snoopy, man, how you doing, man? I saw you with a girl last night. She was fine. Well, there's only one question I want to ask you, dog. Did you get her? Oh, come on, man. Did you? I never met a girl like her before. She dances so sexy on the dance floor. She sway her body while I hold her tight. Well, Snoopy's gonna get her tonight. She lift up her legs, she was on the way.
All right, 7:39, Thursday, May 27th. That's Walter Maglonia, going way back, like 1999, 2000, way back. It's called Snoopy. Good morning, The Link, brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E. It is the link. And as if she didn't already have enough on her plate, Revenue Tax Director Daphne Shimizu with another task. I just want, Daphne, I just wish in the governor's Facebook Live yesterday, I wish she would have been like, no, Daphne, go ahead, finish the stimulus first, because I know you're doing the stimulus and the refund, and then do the all rise. So Revenue Tax, guys, is going to be responsible for paying out the not just the rise, but the all rise.
All rise.
Right, and you know what? Thank you, Chris and Sabrina, for getting me on this morning. And you're right. Yesterday, Governor did sign the executive order regarding the All Rise Act, which is basically an expansion of the Rise Act, which was enacted by the 35th Guam Legislature back in December. To go back to it, yes, on EIP3, can I just give an update really quickly? As if I want to go ahead and give that, because you know what? We're excited that we already have almost $206 million that have been processed in payments for EIP3. And, we do have until December 31, 2021 to make those payments. Last week, on May 21, we did process another $1.4 million, but we're up to $205.8 million as of last week. Our team has been working to process EIP3 payments weekly. And so, we are trying to make sure that as people become newly eligible, meaning that maybe they had just filed a return for the first time for 2019 or 2020 and didn't have it in the system and we're now getting to it, or they had an issue with a return, meaning that required them to bring in some documents to us. We want to make sure that they have the opportunity to get paid as quickly as possible. So we've been making payments on a weekly basis. And again, we're just excited that, for those over 78,000 payments that we processed out as of last week, $206 million or $205.8 million, of course, has gone out to the community. And we're continuing to get those payments out, and we're going to try to get those payments out quickly. On the issue of the All Rise Act, which is, of course, was an expansion of the Rise Act and was signed by Governor yesterday in her executive order, there are questions about what's going to be involved. Am I eligible? When is it going to happen? Now, if you look at the Rise Act, which was enacted in 2020 in December, it does state that Revenue Tax has 30 working days from the identification of the source of funds to implement. And of course, that was also, I think, further reiterated in the All Rise Act EO yesterday. And what we're doing now, though, and Bree and Chris, we've always just done our best to try to get payments out as quickly as we can. Our team has already this past week begun meeting to determine, of course, how we're going to get the application form up and what's going to be involved. Make sure that we're communicating with our IT programmers on this, because again, this is going to be something that we're going to have to be able to have our system process. Something that we've, of course, been advocating, not just for this program, but for other things, is to utilize technology. So we're working on an online form, and that's something that we're hoping to be able to release soon. I mean, we do have, again, 30 working days from identification of funds, but we're trying to get it out as quickly as we can, and we'll have more information for everybody, again, as we move through the process of this. Again, it was just announced just this yesterday that the All Rise Act would be, again, implemented. And what's involved with All Rise, if you recall, the Rise Act did exclude government employees, whether it was federal or local government employees. All Rise now just expands the Rise Act so that way government employees, and this could be, for example, a private sector employee who may have been activated because of the public health emergency, perhaps in their capacity as a Guard member or as a reservist, right, in this past year. So it could be somebody who may have worked in the government for one day or a couple of weeks within the year, but ended up, working in the private sector otherwise. So, there is now an expansion of the Rise to include all employees or anybody who falls below the $40,000 income threshold for single filers, or the $80,000 threshold in AGI for joint filers. So, again, those individuals as long as you were a resident in Guam during the 2020 tax year, I believe, then you will be able to be eligible, but you must file an application form. And we are getting questions, Bree and Chris, about, well, why do I have to file an application form, right? You know, for EIP 3, for EIP 2, or EIP 1, there was no application form that was required. So why is it that, you know, Rev and Tax is requiring this? And this is similar, of course, I think most similar in terms of programs, it's probably most similar to Azuri Imengafa, if you recall, which was another locally authorized program that, you know, that required the use of tax return information. Now, we are what's called a mirror code territory here in Guam. And because we're a mirror code territory, meaning that we mirror the Internal Revenue Code, we follow the Internal Revenue Code. And that is actually in our Organic Act, right? That we utilize the Internal Revenue Code as the basis for our income tax administration. And the income tax code is, of course, you know, mandated or even adjusted. You know, if there are additional mandates to adjust the code, those are federally authorized from, you know, Congress and the President of the United States. And EIP is, of course, authorized by the federal government. The EIP program itself is actually going to be included in the Internal Revenue Code. And that's unlike any local mandates, which, of course, cannot be included in the Internal Revenue Code. Again, just by the nature of it, because it's a local mandate, you know, it's not able to be included in the Internal Revenue Code. And the code itself specifies the reasons that we are authorized to access a tax return. Right. So again, because the Internal Revenue Code includes EIP, which authorizes the use of tax return data, we were able to use your tax return data to determine eligibility and make payments. But a local program or local authorization, locally mandated programs, you know, of course, do not get included in the authorized reasons for us to access your tax return data. So what's going to be part of the application process, which is just similar as well to what we did with the Tsudium and Guffa, is going to be explicit authorization by the taxpayer to utilize their tax return data for the administering of this program.
Daph, do you have any? Just going back to the STEMIs, that's going by date of file, right? So did you say what date we're up to for processing?
In terms of the economic impact payment programs, you know, and just to share, I know, you know, how, if you recall, Chris, EIP is based on a validly filed and processed return. Yeah. You know, we're still working to process returns. I think last week we had released refunds through Feb 26 or around that period. This week, again, we'll have a release this morning, likely on our the refunds that we have processed, but I believe we're already processing in early March. Now, you know, the way that we process refunds is different from the way that we process and pay EIP. For refunds, we go by a file date, right? Which means that, you know, we do not, you know, like, for example, if Bree files on, I guess, March 31 and you file on Feb 12, right? We will not pay Bree until we get to the March 31 date. We kind of keep going forward and paying out refunds for the entire class of people or all of filers for those particular days, right? Now, EIP, again, goes by a validly filed and processed return. And it is actually possible for somebody to file a return online and for somebody to file a return, a manual return. So say you file a return online and Bree files a manually filed return. Again, there is time that's involved in processing a manually filed return. So it's possible for you, if you file a return online and, you know, you go through the Social Security validation and there's no other flags that exist when you file that online, so you have an A status return, it's possible for you to have a validly filed and processed return that is a return that's considered validly processed in A status before you know, somebody who has filed, or if Bree had filed a manual return. Again, that's because of the way, you know, the language is validly filed and processed. And so for EIP, it is possible, again, for somebody to have filed a return online probably in the last couple weeks or so, and to already be getting their EIP3. And again, it's because of the way, you know, again, the language validly filed and processed. But that does not stand for refunds, again, which again, refunds, you know, we make sure that all filers are paid for those dates as we go along.
Do you have any idea, Dav, offhand, how many GovGuam employees and retirees are going to be eligible? Maybe ballpark for the All Rise?
You know, I don't have that data. I believe that probably, you know, when we looked at the Department of Labor data, I believe that we were able to determine perhaps there's about 60,000. And I'm pleased, Dave Dalasola, I know he is not on Guam right now, but and he's really the expert, but I believe we have about like over 60,000 actual, workers or individuals who are employed. But in terms of the government and Guam employees, I don't have that count. I don't have that count off the top of my head.
I wanted to follow up on this press release because it does say that, DRT will implement the program within 30 working days of identification of the required funds. But in the public law, it already kind of outlined where the money is going to come from with the prioritization of federal funds, and everybody, thinks it's going to be ARPA. So do you really need 30 days? Isn't the money already in the bank?
Well, just to share with you, Bree, and of course, the identification of funds, perhaps, the actual technical identification of funds piece is more Department of Administration or BBMR, kind of that's probably their wheelhouse more than, I guess, the Department of Revenue and Taxation. But, although it does state 30 days from identification of funds, our team is really, again, working to try to get it done as quickly as we can. And we're hopeful that we can get it done within the next month or so. I mean, again, to open up the application form so we can begin to get people to apply and, of course, to process. But, again, that's more a technical question because I am not, again, in terms of the identification of funding. And even when the RISE Act was being discussed, it was something that I believe we were deferring to DOA and BBMR in terms of that technical piece, again, because those get determined by those agencies.
But in your reading of the law, is the money supposed to come from federal funds first before we tap into local funds?
So I have the RISE Act law in front of me, and if I look at it, if you hold on just a second. Hold on just 1 second. I know that there was something in the law with regards to, it states, okay, hold on. All right, so notwithstanding any other provision of law or rule, Imagahaga Guahan is authorized to transfer up to $30 million, plus any additional amounts needed for administrative costs to DRT for the purposes of this act as may be available from the following, which are the FY 2021 General Fund appropriations and any federal appropriations that can be used for the purposes of this act. And it also states that no local funds may be used for this program as long as federal funds that can be used for the purposes of this act are available to encumber, obligate, or expend. And so that's what the law states, the RISE Act itself states. But, again, even when we were, going through the language and I believe discussing this even with the legislature, this was something that I really had to defer to DOA. And, again, I really have to defer to them because in terms of, again, the identification of funds or even with regards to cash flow, when we're going to make payments for refunds, we work very closely with DOA. They determine whether or not that there is the cash available and also the sources, how those monies, where the monies are coming from for, our payments. So I would really have to defer to them on this particular matter.
Okay. It just seems though we've kind of known about the RISE Act since December, and people have been waiting for 5 months, and then the governor does her all rise, and we all kind of knew already that she was leaning towards I'm going to include the GovGuam employees and retirees. She felt that it wasn't fair, right? So you'd think that we'd kind of already have all of this so that whenever she unrolled her new program that everything would have been in place. So people wouldn't have to continue waiting another month. And then in this press release at the bottom, it says currently expansion of the parameters of the RISE Act is possible with funds received last week from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. States and territories, however, currently await the final rule from the U.S. Treasury on parameters for the use of funds.
Right, and so I think that there had been some discussion with the governor and senators where the governor indicated that she would wait until the final guidelines were released. But, Dav, something that we've seen, because there's been so many different types of assistance aid and relief that's come down, is sometimes even formulating the application itself can present a headache for some of these departments and agencies. Do we already have that process going for the RISE Act application, or would you just kind of copy paste the Azuda Mangafa app?
Yeah, and so we're actually, that's exactly what we've been discussing here over the last few weeks. Is of course in anticipation of this perhaps happening, is that we've been talking about the potential of utilizing some of what we did already employ when we administered Azuda Mangafa, and our team who worked on the Azuda Mangafa program, or our supervisor who worked on that program, actually is part of our meetings with our taxpayer service administrator, who is now going to be administering this program. So yes, I think that in terms of the actual putting together of the program, Bree and Chris, the great thing is that we do have some level of experience with it. Our programmers as well, we've had to do, now 4 different programs through the 3 EIP programs and then the local program at Azuda Mangafa. So, we're going to definitely be utilizing, the experience from those to, to make the process for this and go more quickly. As I mentioned, it's going to be very critical in this coming period over the next week or so, our discussions with our IT programmers, because we really want to have or to recommend or to motivate people or persuade them to utilize the online form that we're intending to have, the online application, and that's to help to speed up the process of review. When we did Azuda Mangafa, we had both paper-based forms and then also we had an online application. We did have people who did file a paper-based form. When there's a paper-based form that's involved, it does take a little bit more time. People drop it in the Dropbox, or they came in, or they mailed it to us. We had to go ahead and receive it, inventory it, et cetera. And, when there's an online form, it helps the process to be sped up, because we are able to just pull the data up online and review it and review the associated documents, of course, that had to be provided by those taxpayers. So, where we're headed with this is with all of the programs, it's been important for governor, it's been important for administration, it's been important for our team here to get payments out quickly. I was just kind of reflecting upon this last year as we've been, working on things, because last year during Easter weekend, which I think was like April 13 weekend, 2020, that was the weekend that we worked with our programmers. And the week of Mother's Day of 2020, we also worked because, again, we wanted to get payments out. And as you saw, even with the IP3, we worked through the weekend to try to get the first set of payments out on April 10, and then through the week to get, the $194 million out as quickly as we can. So, I think that although that there may be these timeframes that are stated or established with the law, and again, reiterated in the EO, just because those are indicated doesn't necessarily mean that is going to be, that we're going to strictly follow those and we're not going to be able to implement prior to then. Our goal has always been to implement as quickly as possible. Again, those are just guidelines, to help as well, so that way, in the event that there is an issue that we run into for some reason, that we have some level of time to be able to address it. But at this point, we've been meeting internally to discuss it, of course, and to make sure we implement as quickly as possible. And that's really our charge and what we're hoping to do.
We had just a minute, Daph. So we talked about the stimmies. We covered the RISE Act pretty much. What about vehicle registration? I got a message yesterday. How is DPW, the vehicle registration, working out okay for you guys? The new location?
You know what? I've actually received like several comments about it and about how smooth it is. In fact, of course, it's great because DPW Director Vince Ariola and I actually, with all cabinet members, worked to develop pretty good relationships with. But Vince is out there and he makes sure that he goes and checks on our team there. We also, of course, have GRTA in the same building, and I've been in communication with, of course, Salva Bauta as well. And just to see, you know, of course, with our neighbors, you know, how things are going and what their, how they view or their perspective of our operations there. Our operations appear to be running very smoothly there. I think that, again, outside of a couple weeks ago when there was that Harmon fire and we did have to shut down early one day, we've been, of course, you know, up and running, and we're happy with the operations there. And, you know, I've not heard, you know, too many comments that were not positive about the move to DPW Building B.
Can you just give us
And
a...
just,
go ahead,
do you
go ahead.
mind, sir? Oh, just to reiterate again, we do vehicle registration Monday through Friday at DPW Building B, and also we do driver's license services and Guam ID services Monday through Friday here at the Department of Revenue and Taxation in Barragata. And Bree and Chris, you know, today, this morning as I rolled up, you know, to the building, I know you recall there was a time when our car line, it kind of wound up into Barragata Heights and all the way up to SNU. This morning when I came in, it was just a little bit earlier than 7:30, about 7:20. And, you know, we had cars that were already in our parking lot. We didn't have, you know, the parking lot was not full. And so, you know, just as a reminder, Thursdays and Fridays, we are able to serve people for driver's license here in Barragata. But we are not seeing the same level of, you know, again, the same level of the volume of cars, I guess, that we used to see, which is actually, I know, you know, great news for us, because it was very difficult for us to manage that crowd, you know, over the last several months. And we're hoping now that, you know, people are able to just kind of come in and walk in. So even though we're seeing that driver's license appointments are going into 2022. Wow. We're hoping that people are able to still to recognize that they can come and walk in, and we are doing our best to serve them here. And you know, again, to this morning, we didn't have a long line like we, you know, again, historically have had through this past early part of this year. And again, that's good news. So, you know, please make sure that, I guess I want everybody to know you can come to Rev and Tax Monday through Friday here in Barragata for driver's license services. And we will, you know, again, 8 to 9 is we do make sure that we serve our individuals with disabilities, our Manamco and our veterans. We serve them throughout the day, but we, you know, specifically have them serve during that 8 to 9 hour, the general public. And then of course, our individuals with disabilities, our veterans and our Manamco are also served from 9 until we close during the day. At the end of the day, sorry.
Daph, I had just one more question, but if you could stand by just for about 15 seconds.
Sure.
Good morning, Guam, and good morning, KUAM TV. Hey, fix yourself, Bree. We're on TV.
Oh,
We're on TV, girl. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Good morning. It's 8:02, Thursday, May 27th. Welcome to The Link, KUAM TV Land. Proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and IT&E. In the KUAM News Zoom room, back with Reverend Tax Director Daphne Shimizu, who has updated us on just about everything relative to the department. I did want to kind of follow up, Daph, on the cigarette stamp tax collection implementation. I know that it was a law that you guys had originally testified against it, saying that it would be much cheaper for Rev Tax to collect taxes themselves as opposed to involving this private entity. But I know that the court has now said that you're going to have to move forward with this process. So do you have a status update on that?
You know, with regards to the cigarette stamp tax issue, you know, I actually, of course, had to recuse myself. So it's been our deputy directors, both, of course, the prior deputy director, Michelle Santos, and now our deputy director, Frank Leon Guerrero, that have worked on this particular program. And so I don't have the update for you, but you know, that's something that our team can provide, you know, can work with our deputy director to make sure we can provide an update on that matter for you.
Okay. Well, that was quick.
Yeah.
Bree, anything else?
No. Thanks, Daphne.
Daphne, appreciate it. I feel like we got to let you go so you could go start printing those RISE Act checks.
Absolutely. And you know what, we promise you, again, like with all the programs that we work, Bree, and Chris, that we're going to be working to get these applications out as quickly as possible so we can get payments to our people as quickly as possible. And want to thank you for the time this morning so that, again, for a lot of the questions that people have about the All Rise, the EO that was just signed yesterday by Governor, that we were able to get some information out to them. And we definitely will be getting more information out to our people, of course, through our partners, our media partners like, K57 and K57 and KUAM. So I want to thank you again for getting us on and getting the information out. Have a great day, Bree. Have a great day, Chris. Have a great day, Guam.
Thank you,
Bye,
Daph.
Daph.
There you go. 804. Always a wealth of information. Daphne Shimizu, Reventak. So, wow. I was just reading that the interim rules for the ARP, I think they're soliciting comments for 45 days more. So, it's kind of interesting man, the governor has been really coy. Going back to the meeting she had with the senator's press conference after we asked her about the RISE Act, she said, yeah, I support it, but it's racist to the GovGuam employees and the retirees. And so now she came out with this executive order, but the language in it, right? She says that DRT has up to 30 days to, implement it, or they have up to 30 days to implement it or identify the funds.
I think it was identify the funds.
Right, yeah,
to
so.
implement.
I would just say don't hold your breath. But it's coming. It's 8:06. Good morning, KUAM TV. Here's who's coming up on the show. John Fernandez, Education Superintendent. We're getting Senator Frank Blas Jr., who's the Acting Public Safety Committee Chairman, to talk about this red Jeep Jerry's Kitchen crash that went from it's not a DUI, it's not a DUI, it's not a DUI to it's a DUI.
DWI.
DWI. We're going to read off the Maggies, the magistrate. Very juicy. That's coming up here on The Link at 8:06. Let's go ahead and get into the news now, shall we? From the KUAM News team with the very latest, none other than Sabrina Salas Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off it, everybody. And matter of fact, we're just going to head straight back into the TV news studio for some big stories from Tyler Matanani and the rest of the team.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Governor Leon Guerrero has issued a new executive order that expands the local assistance program known as the RISE Act. It's been renamed the All Rise program that now makes eligible additional groups such as government employees and senior citizens. Here's more.
The governor made the announcement in a brief online appearance on her Facebook site.
Our administration's greatest belief and philosophy is that we leave no one behind. Our program includes the retirees, our Manamco, who are especially vulnerable to COVID-19 due to their health and comorbidities.
The All Rise program also expands eligibility to local and federal government employees. It will be funded through the American Rescue Plan. The RISE Act, which she let lapse into law last year, caps funding at $30 million. But while the EO expands eligibility, it is not specific about additional funding.
The Department of Revenue and Taxation will implement the program within 30 working days of identifying of the required funds, and they will also be the administrator of this program.
Like the original RISE Act, the program will provide one-time financial aid of $800 to individual taxpayers who make less than $40,000 a year and $1,600 to couples who make less than $80,000.
It is an all-inclusive program that will meet the needs of our most vulnerable individuals.
The governor said in her EO that the discriminatory treatment in the original RISE Act of government employees and retirees undermines its integrity.
The newly approved 28% power rate hike could be pulled back if the governor provides American Rescue Plan funding. GPA General Manager John Benavente says he met with her at Adelup ahead of Tuesday's CCU meeting to discuss the possibility.
I know she was interested in trying to help,
But right now, like I mentioned to her, I need to move forward, with the commissioners, right, to determine what is in the best judgment is the way to go, and then move that to the PUC.
The CCU on Tuesday night approved GPA's proposal to raise the fuel surcharge. It will enable them to cover a projected increase in fuel oil costs and also recover some of the $30 million under-recovery from previous year fuel purchases. CCU Chairman Joey Duenas.
But now you're at least recovering $7.5 million. You need to start recovering something. That, to me, that's the important part. I think that's what you were saying. You need to start recovering some of the money.
But the Public Utilities Commission is not expected to make a final decision on the rate hike until the end of July. And Commissioner Mike Limtiaco asked, what if the governor does decide to help?
Could you withdraw the petition past July? I mean, if in the event the governor was saying, yes, we can assist, what is the mechanism or process to withdraw a petition in the event that...
Well, we'll just ask the PUC to put a condition on their decision, no? So that if there is some replacement of revenues for the shortfall, then GPA can cut off the so-and-so.
The newly approved rate hike means a more than $57 monthly increase in the average residential bill starting in August.
Not only has the doors opened to Jerry's Kitchen, but a Pandora's box as what really happened that night. A red Jeep plowed into the Tamuning restaurant and the person behind the wheel was only cited for imprudent driving. It turns out there's a whole lot more to the story than was initially reported by the Guam Police Department.
There's conspiracy theories that there was this massive cover-up. And nothing that I know of now, based on what I've read, could be further than the truth.
That was Chief of Police Steve Ignacio on March 3rd fielding questions about what happened at Jerry Kitchen when the driver of a red Jeep and her passengers slammed into the restaurant the early morning hours of February 25th. The driver was only cited for speeding. According to a magistrate's complaint filed on Wednesday, however, the driver, now identified as 30-year-old Nikita Ugin, wasn't just speeding, but allegedly drunk driving and charged with driving while impaired. The charge stems from a follow-up investigation that was launched after the interview with the chief, who called on people to come forward if they had any additional information about the case. That follow-up investigation was conducted in conjunction with Highway Patrol and the Office of the Attorney General. The investigators not only were able to retrieve surveillance video of the crash, but also video of Ugin and her 3 passengers drinking at a local bar before the incident, and receipts from the bar. According to court documents, the video surveillance shows Ugin and her passengers taking 7 shots of alcohol and having additional drinks. Further, the video allegedly shows the defendant laying her head on the bar just before leaving. The complaint states the Jeep crashed into Jerry Kitchen approximately 10 to 15 minutes after the group left the bar. It was also revealed that it was on April 21st when the confidential witness had eventually come forward with information about the incident. The confidential witness was contacted by one of the passengers to show up to the location. AG investigators were told by the CI that they believed they were all drunk. As we reported, one of the passengers in the vehicle was an off-duty police officer. Court documents also stated that responding officer Chris Champion did not administer a field sobriety test the night of the crash. Only a speeding ticket was issued to Ugin, who paid it in full the next day. Just this afternoon, GPD announced that an administrative investigation has been launched by its Internal Affairs section to determine if any officers on or off duty may have violated any orders, rules, or regulations. Police Chief Steve Ignacio stated in a release, quote, "Our sworn officers are held to a higher standard, and we also hold our employees accountable for their actions," unquote. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Denounce racism at the expense of the right to self-determination. That was the fundamental dilemma lawmakers spoke about at length during session Wednesday. Senators were debating a resolution by Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes that supports a U.S. House resolution seeking to disavow the so-called Insular cases. These were a series of Supreme Court opinions in 1901 that formed the basis for the U.S. relationship with its unincorporated territories like Guam. After a morning full of passionate remarks, senators passed the resolution without objection to the third reading file for later voting. The 2020 National Drug Threat Assessment conducted by the DEA reports that meth and marijuana are the two principal drugs used on Guam, with meth posing the greatest threat. According to the report, many of Guam's violent crimes are linked to drugs, alcohol abuse, lack of economic opportunities, and lack of higher learning. It also found that most of the meth is shipped from the U.S., primarily California and Washington, via postal packages. Drug trafficking groups have also been identified and are typically comprised of Korean, Filipino, and Chinese traffickers smuggling in meth via couriers. Drug proceeds are often mailed back to the U.S. or sent electronically through bank accounts. Guam Customs has confiscated nearly 200 pounds of meth and marijuana since January. In district court, former University of Guam employee 33-year-old Stephen Mamaril pleads guilty to possession of child pornography. He made an initial appearance with defense counsel Clyde Lemons yesterday and waived a reading of the indictment. According to the plea agreement, between January and April 2015, Mamaril knowingly had sexually explicit photos and videos of a minor on his phone. During the plea hearing, it was stated that Mamaril was working for a local bank at the time and was a member of a WhatsApp group chat with other bank employees. On March 21st, 2015, Mamaril used his work phone to forward the sexually explicit photo of a 16-year-old to another chat. He faces up to 10 years in prison, a maximum fine of $250,000 in restitution. Sentencing is set for October. Mamaril remains on house arrest. The decades-old pool in Hagåtña will not be fixed, and it's just not capable of being used anymore. However, it may be developed into a recreational park. Isaiah Uggan reports.
As KUAM reported, the Hagåtña pool is run down and not suitable. Department of Parks and Recreation Director Roki Ocontra.
The Hagåtña pool, the first thing is that, the pool is not going to be renovated or whatever. It's because it's not feasible. It's sinking. I mean, it's got a lot of cracks. Waters are, and it's in a, what do you call that, swamp area, wetland.
DPR met with the Swimming Club Association earlier this month to discuss the future of the Hagåtña pool. The association hired a structure engineer to do an assessment of the pool. Alcantara said his department, the swim club, and the lieutenant governor will be meeting again tomorrow to discuss the plan for the pool if it's not worth repairing.
There's some request that we put beach volleyball in there. There's also an organization that approached me just last week to see if they can put a skate park in there. So there's future things that we can do there if it's not feasible to become a pool again.
Alcantara further stated that in his opinion, it's not worth fixing because it is not only the pool that needs repairing.
The mechanical room needs to be worked on. It looks like it's going to cost maybe more than $1 million. And of course, the pipes are all underground. And, as far as repairing the leaks and whatever there is, it's going to take a while.
Meanwhile, the pool at the Guerrero Sports Complex is expected to open by the end of July if all repairs are done.
Right now at the complex, I have my guys working on repairing the pool, painting the pool itself, repairing whatever crack there is, and so they should have been they're about close to completion.
The holdup for the pool reopening sooner is the approval from GSA of another contract to do additional repairs of the pool. Reported for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Thanks, Isaiah. The Guam Veterans Affairs Office will soon be getting assistance in modernizing the agency. According to Director Tim Uggan, there will be a teleconference today with the Utah Office of Veterans Affairs to finalize an agreement. The Veterans Affairs Office has developed a new program to digitize all of its case and record management. The Utah office has volunteered to help with the process. Uggan says he hopes the agreement will be signed by the end of this week. Controversial Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is facing backlash once again from both Democrats and Republicans in her own party. The Georgia representative has compared mask mandates in the House chamber to the Nazis, forcing millions of Jews to wear fabric stars before being taken to concentration camps. Natalie Brand reports.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are condemning the comments from Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who compared mask mandates and vaccines to the Holocaust.
This is one of the frequent outbursts that are absolutely outrageous and reprehensible.
These are sickening, reprehensible comments, and she should stop this vile language immediately.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called it appalling, but did not mention any possible consequences. That's not good enough for some in her own party.
I think we should kick her out of the conference, prevent her from, coming to conference meetings, benefiting from conference materials.
The House voted earlier this year to strip Greene of her committee assignments after she endorsed political violence on social media. Despite the backlash, the freshman lawmaker has become one of the top fundraisers in Congress, raising more money than the House GOP leader.
Really, if you're able to get outrage for yourself, that's a win. There's fundraising dollars, there's media attention for that.
Only 2 representatives have raised more campaign cash during the first quarter of this year.
The Republican Party has become so built around fighting a culture war that if you're seen as fighting, you're in good standing with voters. That's really all that matters.
Greene is defending her comments on social media, calling herself pro-Israeli and refusing to apologize. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Also from the nation's capital, Congressman Michael St. Nicholas has introduced H.R. 3539. The measure would designate the Hagåtña Post Office as Atanasio Titano Perez Post Office. Perez was the first postmaster for Guam and first secretary to the governor during the naval era. The Joint Information Center reports that 2 new COVID cases have been confirmed out of 253 tests performed Tuesday. To date, there have been a total of 8,143 officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March last year. There have been 139 deaths, 48 cases are active, and there have been 7,956 recoveries. Currently, there are 5 people hospitalized, 1 in ICU, 1 on a ventilator. A total of 79,031 people have been fully vaccinated. Guam's CAR score is 0.2. Meanwhile, the Guam Department of Education reports that an employee at Liguan Elementary School tested positive for COVID. The employee is currently in isolation. Contact tracing is underway. Sanitation was performed, and regular hours of operation continue today. It's another reason to get vaccinated. United Mileage Plus members could win a chance for some free tickets and even a year's worth of travel from the airline. The Your Shot to Fly sweepstakes is in support of the Biden administration's efforts to get people vaccinated. Members are encouraged to upload their COVID vaccination records to the airline's app until June 22nd to participate in the sweepstakes. United will give away 30 pairs of tickets to anywhere in the U.S. in any class during June. Then on July 1st, 5 members will be randomly selected for a grand prize of travel for a year for themselves and a companion, also in any class of service anywhere in the world United flies. Uploading their records also will save customers time at the airport, especially for destinations where they are required to provide proof of vaccination. You can enter at united.com/yourshot-to-fly. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos nowadays to get some to gifinut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Munahod sa gobyerno Luliang Guerrero nuevo na orden eksekutibo ni ayumente in asiste ni gobernamento na programa no ginin maagang the RISE Act. Matulay kayo naan niya para all rise na programa. Noan naman kwalifika mas na grupo tayo empleo ni gobernamento sa ni manamko. Anunsya magahaga ani ano kung rato gi na Facebook na playgo. Asangan na imastat kilo dyan presiso na hinang gini administrasyon niya sa iti paro madingo para maabandona masya haodzi na tawtaw. Iling yan na este na programa sa na asano mas na grupo siya tayo man ritiraw. Yamanamko dyan na di man senboy na kontra COVID-19 na pesti sa purisalud niya paritsat not niya. I-all rise ang programa sa aumenta ikonalafika para yung empleo ng gobernamentong guahan sa ni empleo ni federal. Isalapi ni na posible esti sa ganyan American Rescue Plan. Mentre sa Rise Act ni manalay gimapos na sakan sinifit man niya no ninayas ta hulog 30 milyon pesos. Zay nuevo na orden eksekutibo ha aumenta mas hadi man kwalifika ti senklaro ginin manumang gimas sa salapi. Ilinga si Leong Guerrero na Departamento ng Revenue and Taxation sa para ma-implementa yung nuevo na programa entry 30 dias na tempo después ma-identifika half na salapi para manasadbi. Ilinga na siya loki Revenue and Taxation para hilu este na programa. Kulang tayo permit na Rise Act, programa sa anayong biyaya na in-assistance lapi no 800 pesos para do siya ay man manapapasay tax. Sa menos ki 40,000 pesos gisaka na gagana, dyan 600 pesos para ito sumasagwa no menos ki 80,000 pesos gisakan magagana. Yung mas artikulo, Adi 2020 National Drug Threat Assessment no tinegwi ni Drug Enforcement Administration para DEA ma-report na i-meth dyan marijuana sa idos mas prinsipal na bineno para islakta. Za i-meth mas peligro dyan animasaw. Sigon na dyan na report, san migay na kinantadisan empetu po di bineno iat kohon ay nabuso, hina sa oportunidad ekonomiya, dyan suto mo sinasandat kalo na edukasyon para itamotsogwi. Masodalo na mas meth mafatumagi gin ni Estados Unidos, Piyot California and Washington State, entry pakete gi post office. Adyan na grupo ni muna papatu siya na kontrabando sa mga identifika sa Pinat Korean, Tagalog and Sino siya na traffickers no malilifit halom ni courier siya. Isalapi siya ni magagana po din spatsan bineno sa seso mamayaw tatigi Estados Unidos pan madeposita gizon niya account entry internet. Desde Enero na mes maimbatga no i Guam Customs kana 200 libras na bineno. Mas asunto, gi District Court of Guam ang ginenempleado ni Universidad si Stephen Mamario no 33 años na edad sa plea guilty pod manggugol child pornography na inatsaki. Este finina na annog sa niya bugan niya Clyde Lemons gi inigap na taluani sa renyun siya iduditson niya para mataytay sa niya indictment. Sigon ni plea agreement, maatsaki na tungo si Mamario. Nagwahas senklaro sa ninamaraw siya na litrato sa bidyon minor edad gi telefon niya. Maatsaki ni siya na kinanta DC ni masusedi gi Enero stay abrit na mes gi 2015 nasakan. Gidurante nito na plea masangan na masusedi do siya na inatsaki matototso si Mamario para bangko sa membro gi grupon WhatsApp sa noto siya na empleyado guihi. Gi 21 gi Matsu 2015 at sebi si Mamario telefon niya pero nahano siya litrato nun 16 años na patgon para oto siya na grupon WhatsApp. Afafa na istahulog 10 años gi preso dyan minitan 250,000 pesos na restitution pero masintensya si Mamario gi Oktubre na mes mentras maarestan guma. Yuto mo na asunto, Guam Veterans Office at tiyo apan na tempo na umana mas adelanto sa nuevo posisyon ni azo na ahensya. Ilang nga si Tim Agon ni Direktor azo na ahensya para ugwahapago na organ teleconference sa new Office of Veterans Affairs gita Utah para manaklaro dyan para maahusta siya palo gitinigi giyang konforman niya. Tiyasangan si Agon hafa man nisisita mana mas klaro loleg niya na sinya azo na kontrata mafit madepende giyang nagang konferensya. Nurin ni por di KUAM Guam Veterans Affairs Office at SNBUS tayo taymano mamaniya kausa dyan record siya lumafatinas nuevo na programa no siyempre dingo 10 años muna at na ahensya ipumalo siya dazangin matutuhon ma-digitize record niya i opisina gita youth sa bumalintaryo para ma-emphasis at na hinano ilang siya na desesya mohon no mafitma at na kontrata yu tumuneste na semana. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
As May is a month to celebrate mothers and everything they do, let's not forget that many parents in our community are struggling to make ends meet and provide for their children with basic necessities. The KUAM Care Force is partnering with the Salvation Army for a very special drive this May, benefiting our precious and most vulnerable in our community. Through Friday, May 28th, we'll be collecting diapers, formula, infant toiletries, baby food, and other new items for infants and toddlers at our KUAM studios in Harmon on weekdays between noon and 4 p.m. Show you care and help families in need this spring. Due to the consideration of our current public health emergency, donations will not be accepted outside of hours specified. Curbside acceptance of donations is acceptable by calling 637-5826 upon arrival.
Steel Athletics has joined the KUAM Care Force as a community partner in the Mama and Nanny's Drive. You may also drop donations to their location in Timoning on any day of the week. See KUAM.com for designated times. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment. Location, service, trust is a proud partner of the KU.
Welcome back to The Link. We're going to head into the Zoom room for our weekly progress report. All rise.
We got to milk this all rise thing.
Of Education, Mr. John Fernandez.
Okay, please be seated. Hey, good morning, John.
Half a day. Good morning, guys.
Hi, John.
Every time you say all rise, I keep thinking of the self-rise, the self-rising like flour, right? So I keep thinking of baked goods.
Somebody comment, well, because your wife's a baker, but somebody comment in here, all rice.
Well, it doesn't seem like people are going to be seeing any dough anytime.
Hey, oh boy, you're on fire today, Bree. All right. 8:34, Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez, of course, in here for our, what did you call it this morning, Bree?
The weekly progress report?
Yeah, weekly progress report. So are we getting smiley faces and stars this week, John, or?
It's no, we're pushing ahead, and it's always good to see you guys, and always good to put some have a little bit of a lighthearted attitude as we go through the rest of the week. The rest of the week, really, it's a tough. I think I mentioned to you last week, and luckily I didn't break down in public, but I'm amazed. I mean, there's just so many things that have to get done, and we have people working so hard on every aspect of it. So I just want to say we do appreciate the public input. We appreciate all of our stakeholders weighing in. I know, again, sometimes it gets a little challenging when we look and we hear about what the obstacles are in our way, but we really are focused on getting over these obstacles. So I've made it very clear, in my conversations with Lieutenant Governor, that it's our goal, but not just our goal, it's our expectation that we need to be able to get our kids back into school next fall for 5 days of instruction. So all this work that we're doing with public health is aimed at that goal, and we don't anticipate falling short of that goal. And it's just really critical, if there is any strategy to reopening this island or the economy, to recover from this pandemic, schools have to be prioritized for just so many different reasons. I mean, obviously for the benefit of our children, but also for the parents who need to work, for us to get back into a more normal routine, here, during our week in our lives. School plays a very critical part. And imagining, next year without the ability to bring kids back is just another year of, of slow recovery and more negative impacts on teaching and learning. So again, we're I'd like to say that it's our goal, but it really is our commitment and it's our expectation. And I believe we have the support of of the front office at Adelup, and it's really now down to the hard work with public health to address the critical strategies for getting there. And I have to say that the critical, the top strategy that is now in play really is our vaccination strategy. It's how we get kids from 12, the ones who are eligible from 12 to 18 and 19, to get them into that 80% fully vaccinated level. So we've been meeting every Friday. We asked Dr. Guerrero if he could break down the numbers by age, right? Just give us the age by age, year by year numbers, so we can figure out who's coming to get vaccinated, who's still lagging, and so forth. So from the 16 to 19-year-old range, those are that group was eligible first. The fully vaccinated percentage right now is in the 30 to 40% range, depending if you're 16, 17, or 18, right? So we've got about 30 to 40% fully vaccinated. So we've got to double our efforts and get the other 40%. We want to target 80%. Mm-hmm. We just started with the 12 to 15-year-olds, and so right now we probably have about up to 10% who have received their first dose, and we certainly are not yet at a point where we can report much on the second doses because we're just starting to hit that time frame at the beginning of June. But again, it's just important for us to track those numbers and work with public health on strategies to really promote, the vaccinations for our kids, because I think that'll really help build confidence and allow us to have some flexibility around the other mitigation strategies, such as the physical distancing, because I think at the end of the day, is 3 feet or 2.5 feet or 3.5. I mean, those are really kind of arbitrary questions. But if we can get 80% of our kids vaccinated, then it kind of gives us a better assurance that we have I think a greater protection against the spread and the serious impact effects of COVID-19. We have about 70% of our school-based employees who are fully vaccinated, so we're doing very well there, and we just need to again work on moving those numbers up over the summer for those who might have wanted to wait, to see how the vaccination played out for other people, or who just may have wanted to wait for a more convenient time for them or their families to go get vaccinated together. So that's a big push for us this summer. I think that's the number one strategy that we have in place, in addition to continuing to do the safety measures in school that we've already put in place. So I think we'll get there. I think again, every other age group seems to be on track. The 12 to 15-year-olds will really be the push. And I've heard about all the other states offering all sorts of incentives now, right? So if that comes into play here on Guam, maybe that'll help accelerate our progress. But we certainly we'll play our part. So that's on looking ahead to the next school year. On the summer school front, that's just around the corner. We have about 5,400 students now who are registered for summer school. So that is almost three times the amount that we normally would get in the summer. So we're very excited about that number going up. I mean, it isn't 28,000, but it is a much larger number than we normally get. I think that indicates several things, but definitely one, more of a confidence in returning kids to school, into their school facilities. Number two, an appreciation of the fact that this pandemic has had serious consequences, in terms of the progress of students, and they need to get students back, into the school settings. And then, I think third, it really reflects, a growing sentiment that Guam as a community is in a much safer place, and so we need to start to prepare for a, hopefully what will be a broader reopening, next school year. So this is kind of our time frame over the summer to transition into full year for next year. So we got everything kind of lining up, all the logistics being worked out to make sure that we're ready to go for the 5,400 students who enrolled. And of course, if any other students decide that they want to come and register for summer school, we are not turning anybody away at this point. We do believe that if you sign up and we can address your needs this summer, then please come on in, and we want to be able to get ourselves back on track. So those would be the two critical questions that we're getting. Again, what's happening this summer, and how are we doing and preparing for next year?
When does summer school start?
June 7th is the first day of summer school. And so that'll run for about 6 weeks for most students. And for high school, high school is a little different. They run a couple of sessions that'll go probably into later July. So those, once you register, you'll get the exact dates and times and so forth. So, and again, for the elementary and middle school students, it really is an opportunity for extra tutoring, extra support in terms of the core content areas. And it's not really, it's not a graded, summer school, meaning you can't make up your grade from last year, or it doesn't become part of your grade for the coming year. But for high school students, it is really critical. So we're allowing, normally we allow up to 1 credit for students over the summer. We're now allowing us high school students to earn up to 2 credits, for over the summer, which will help any student who might have fallen back over the last year and a half, regain those 2 credits. And for some of them, it's critical for them to just complete their ability to graduate, this summer. So, normally in our graduation, with our high school years, your senior year, you graduate in June, but there is always a summer class of those who might just need that half credit, 1 credit to finish, and they get counted as part of that class. But they graduate in a special ceremony over the summer. So we are looking forward to, to addressing those students. A lot of the parents who said, hey, they've fallen behind, and will it impact their ability to graduate? Well, for some of them who might have fallen behind slightly or are just, close but not quite there, this is the opportunity to go in and earn those additional credits and finish up. So we look forward to that. I think we have about, I think we have about maybe 1,600 high school students out of that. We have about 1,600 high school students. I think about 2,900 elementary students, and then the rest, are in middle school. So it's a good group.
Mm-hmm. That have fallen behind, or?
Well, that are registered for summer school. So the 1,600 high schoolers are those who are looking to, just regain those couple of credits. Not all of them are, scheduled to graduate, but a portion of them usually are just trying to finalize. If they're further behind, they, some of them will say, let's just come next year and get it done next year. Mm-hmm. But if they're, if they're really close, if they're 2 credits, within 2 credits of graduation, this is the perfect way for them to just complete and get done, get your diploma, and then move forward, with what your next plans are.
Mm-hmm. We did have one question here. The plan is to have 5 days of classes for face-to-face. Would this be the same for online classes?
Right. So we still maintain an online option. So just because we were still in the planning mode and weren't sure about 100% of our students back in class. So at this point, about 85% of our students are returning face-to-face, and the rest are registered for online. And for both online and face-to-face instruction, we are planning for 5 days of instruction.
Mm-hmm. I did want to follow up on the ARPA spending plan. I remember you had mentioned, initially you guys were hoping to get the spending plan done by last week Friday, but you needed a couple more days. And so I'm just checking on the progress on that.
Yeah, I'm reviewing what we hope will be a final draft. And, again, we have until I think the end of July roughly to complete our plan, but we're trying to get it done earlier. And so, in my review, we're close to being done. There's a couple of questions we still need to have answered to really put it to bed. But the vast majority of these funds will be dedicated towards sustaining, a safe environment for our students. And so you'll see when we are final, and hopefully that'll be hopefully by the end of this week, we can share that because we're heading into budget discussions next week. So we are trying to get more clarity so we can share that with the legislature as well. But we do see a significant amount of capital improvements to our schools that we are trying to fund with these dollars. And of course, about 20% of it is reserved for learning recovery and those types of efforts. So that'll be generally how those funds break down. This is really an unprecedented opportunity to dedicate resources to funding important facility improvements. And we actually have at the same time we actually have our federal partners here on island doing an assessment of our schools and updating our facility assessments. So this will go really hand in hand by the time we're done, having these resources available and having a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers report showing us and prioritizing issues that need to be addressed from school to school across the island. So that's really I think that's gonna come together really well. What our challenge is right now is kind of sorting through the overall local and federal puzzle. And so we are heading into our budget hearing next week. I believe June 1st will be up in the afternoon. And this will be a different type of presentation, I think, because of the COVID-19 situation and all the federal funding coming in and how that impacts our local needs. So we do plan to share with the legislature how the federal funds have been able to address some of those needs that we had put into our budget request. So for instance, on the capital improvement side, we anticipate the ability to remove most, if not all, of the capital improvement requests that were in our budget. When it comes to technology and when it comes to instructional materials and supplies, we also believe a significant amount of those items can be moved out of the local budget. So I think on the one of the tasks that we want to complete is to be able to share with our policymakers that information about what we're able to use these federal funds for and how that will impact our needs on the local side. I think the second issue that we are still trying to finalize, it's a little bit more complicated every time you move get a little bit further, but it is this requirement to have a maintenance of effort, on the local side with regard to our budget. And that maintenance of effort means that the government of Guam is expected to provide at least a minimum level of funding for education in order to access, the federal dollars. So we're going through those calculations and trying to, give a clear picture to the legislature by next week as to what that maintenance of effort is. And it's not straightforward. I mean, for the first, CARES Act, there was one formula. And then for the subsequent, ESF2 and the American Rescue Plan, there was a different, formula. And then they have to be kind of put together side by side to determine, what the obligation is from the local government. So that's something we're working through. I think we're close. We had a couple of questions that we needed to also answer on that front to be, to at least be able to confidently put, our best estimate forward for, Senator San Augustine on the Appropriations Committee and all the members there. So again, we have a lot of work cut out over the next week to sort those numbers out. And then on June 1st, we'll be able to give a presentation about where we are in that effort.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the vaccinations that are underway for the 12 to the 15 and the 16 to 19. We just heard earlier this week about how trials are being done for children's 6 months and older, and the possibility that the vaccine may be offered in the fall to the,
Right.
Are you guys also looking at that and possibly preparing?
Well, we're aware of that, and I think our position is when the approvals come through for school-age children, that our part would be to educate our families about the availability of those vaccines and to assist with making those vaccines available at that stage. So of course we take our lead from public health and from CDC, whom we work with on a regular weekly basis. But yes, we'll be prepared to play our part in that when that time comes. So we are aware of that possibility that below 12-year-old age group will be eligible for vaccines later this year. So we'll see how that goes. Mm-hmm. And again, we're still learning as we go. As with regard to the eligible students, we've run some school-based clinics, and we're looking at how those are working. So some of our school-based clinics, we see good turnout, but they're not most of them are non-students. We've seen that happen in some of our clinics. And then in our clinic this week that we had at JFK, we had a good turnout of students. So, we're looking at the school-based vaccination strategy, and public health has been helping us with that. So if we want to be able to have those community-based, vaccination clinics and do it at school, I think they've been very supportive. We just want to make sure those are effective. The other option we're looking at is that over the summer, we typically do an immunization drive for all the required immunizations that we typically have in order for kids to come back to school. And that usually gets a good turnout. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it usually happens like in the mall. Yeah. And we have all the nurses there and the families come in. So I don't know exactly, what the adjustments will need to be, because I'm sure that they won't be able to congregate in the same way. But we are thinking of how we can link the vaccination drive to the immunization drive as well, so we can make it again easier for those families who are there to get their immunizations to also know that the vaccination is available and can be administered, at that time. So, we're thinking about strategies over the summer to try to again get those numbers up, and we'll continue to do that with public health.
John, we have another question that being that 12 to 15-year-old children are now able to be vaccinated, will DOE be considering parents to change their child's registration from online to face-to-face? And this individual is asking because registration closed for next school year before vaccinations were allowed for 12 to 15-year-olds.
So we've been pretty flexible about students moving, to face-to-face at this particular point in time, knowing that, the vaccination drive is underway, and we encourage, and want our students to be able to come in. We do, again, depending on where we end up with public health, there may be at some point a capacity issue that will lead us not to be able to accept every child who wishes to change to face-to-face. So that's the challenge. There isn't a guarantee that you'll be able to come back face-to-face if at the end of the day we have a space limitation that just cannot be overcome. So, but again, the expectation is that we will be able to accommodate every student who wishes to return to face-to-face, and we're pushing on that with public health to get as much flexibility as possible. And again, the reason why is that there isn't one strategy for preventing the spread of COVID-19. As you know, there's multiple strategies. Yes. So what we're doing at the school level is we're not using one or two strategies. We're using 4, 5, 6 different strategies, and whatever is recommended, we try to see if we can incorporate. So when it comes to hand sanitizing, frequent cleaning, face masking, physical distancing, the hands-free bottle filling stations, hand washing stations outside, all the things that we put in place are part of a multi-layered mitigation strategy. So with all of those things in place, we do hope that public health will understand that there are so many layers in place that giving in one area is not going to upset the safety environment at the school level. So that's really the pitch that we're making, because unlike other areas in the community, we do value safety as the top priority and are trying to go above and beyond what the requirements call for, because we know that the kids have to go to school. I mean, it's compulsory. They have to attend school in one way or another. We've eliminated the hard copy option, so a lot of our kids are going to want to come to the school facility, and we certainly believe that we need to ensure that the protocols are in place to protect them and protect our employees from COVID-19. So, what I've seen in the school sites just underscores that. I mean, our kids, our employees are really doing a good job, because I think the school might be the only place, maybe the airport, I don't know, maybe the airport or some other, school might be the only place where you get the rules repeated to you over and over again. And it becomes, it gets into your, into your day-to-day expectations. So the kids absorb it, they make the adjustments really quickly, they're very resilient, and it doesn't bother them as much as, some of us who've been used to a routine and, can't take change as easily as these kids can. So I'm encouraged. I think that's really working and will continue to work, in our school settings.
Before we let you go, I did want to ask you though, we have been seeing in the Joint Information Center reports,
last Friday, and so again, there are issues in the community and people who have opinions about nursing and the nursing support that's going on, and I just had an opportunity to talk to Dr. Nguyen at AMC to ensure that we were continuing to partner, and they wanted us to continue to assist them at their clinics, because our nurses work primarily with public health, and they volunteer to support other non-public health vaccination outreaches. And so I think in this case, they weren't certain whether they were welcome at that particular site and needed at that particular site. So that was a bit of confusion. I saw some WhatsApp messages going around that were completely wrong. I saw them, there was some story about nurses walking out, abandoning their posts, and I had to clarify that with AMC that was not the case. First of all, they don't abandon a volunteer effort. This is not part of their duties and responsibilities, but we have been working very closely with GRMC and AMC to support them, and we wanted to make sure that if there's any communication issues, it should come from Dr. Nguyen to me and vice versa. And we were, it was easy to resolve that misunderstanding. So, we're fully aiming to move ahead and make sure that we're in better communication going forward.
Right on.
And also just real quickly, because there was an announcement that came out just a couple of days ago about TFAP, emergency food distribution, and now there's going to be this new
consolidation.
Right.
So I mean, I'll have to catch up on that. But our TFAP,
miss a lot.
Yeah, no, there's a ton going on. Our TFAP group has been really fantastic with the mayors as well. So, with all of that, they've really been, I told them, if you don't hear from me, it's because you're doing a good job. And so, that's really what's happening with TIFA. They continue to continue to try to push food out into the community. I'll check in with them to see what changes we can expect, especially from the supply of food that's coming in from the feds. But really, what's happened over the past with the mayors really was working. So, it used to be I was on the phone all the time trying to figure out traffic and, who's how do we address these lines? But the mayors have really stepped up and taken some of that operational load off and allowed us to focus on getting the food to them, and then they can, take it from there. So we plan to continue with that. I think the issue that we'll have is really clarifying what school lunches, school meals will look like once everybody comes back to school. But I think right now the plan is, if we do get back to face-to-face instruction for 5 days, it's a likely scenario that we will not be continuing the school meal distribution on Fridays because most of the students who are receiving those foods will be at the school site, for 5 days. So that'll really ease up on that, that aspect of our operation, and still be able to feed our kids, the breakfast and lunch meals that they deserve.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
All right, appreciate it. Thank
always,
you so much.
always, right on. John Fernandez, GDOE Superintendent. This is The Link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and ITNE, KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. Let's go ahead and play this clip here as we're getting ready to go in with Public Safety Vice Chair, and I think he's the acting chair. It's a little confusing. Senator Frank Blas Jr. But we're going to start with this clip because we're going to this Jerry Kitchen issue. We're starting with this clip, Sabrina, from the GPD oversight hearing.
Yes, this is from the GPD oversight hearing.
Thank you. It's from the GPD oversight hearing, guys.
I'm going to call it the Red Jeep incident, the Jerry Lee restaurant incident. Okay. Yes. Earlier, initially, you took the stance that investigation was. The police officer did the investigation. It was done. Okay, case closed. Then you changed your mind and said that you want that reopened. Can I ask why?
Sir, I read the report. I reviewed the report, read the report, and I didn't find anything unusual. However, there's been there's no direct information sent to me, emailed to me, related to me that says something's wrong and you need to do it. There's been, and I think Chris Barnett said it best, there's this supposition that the presence of an officer off duty leads a lot of people in the community to question whether or not this case was handled appropriately. And, when the community comes out and says, Chief, you need to look into it, just maybe dig a little bit further, I don't see any harm in doing that. And, if the community questions the integrity of the Guam Police Department, then as the chief, I think I need to step up and make sure that we either confirm what we found, or if we find differently, then we need to move forward and do what we need to do in holding people accountable. And so that's where we're going with that, is that, there's a lot of community concern, and really there's nothing directly relate to me that I'm aware of to this point. But because the concern far outweighs where we're at with this, I think it was important that we continue to maintain that trust with the community, that we are above board, and so that's why I ordered that we go ahead and look into this case a little bit further.
And please understand, okay? Just even granted that I think that most individuals, unless you were up at 1:30 in the morning and you witnessed this accident yourself, but based on the photographs and everything, and I understand where the community is coming from, and as far as the concern of how this investigation,
right.
There was something didn't match with regards to the result of the preliminary investigation and what you saw in the photographs. You got a Jeep that's trying to execute a left turn from Route 1 into Route 14. It jumps a curb, goes clear across a parking lot into a building, and it's imprudent driving.
Right. And so we're looking into that, sir.
And that was a portion of the oversight hearing when Senator Frank Blas Jr. was questioning the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio, about the Jerry's Kitchen incident. Again, that was in April. So yesterday, the magistrate's complaint had come out related to this particular case, and I'm just going to go ahead and read it. On or about February 25th at approximately 1:30 a.m., Officer Christopher Champion and other members of GPD responded to a car crash at Jerry's Kitchen in Tamuning. Officers observed that a red 2020 Jeep Wrangler had driven through the front wall of Jerry's Kitchen. Upon arrival, officers met with 4 females who stated they had been in the Jeep: Nikita Teresa Uggan, TMAM passenger 1, AMB passenger 2, and JVHT passenger 3. The defendant admitted to being the driver of the Jeep. The defendant stated to Officer Champion in some substance that she was attempting to make a left turn onto Route 14 from Route 1, but lost control of the car, struck a curb, and collided with the front wall of Jerry's Kitchen. Officer Champion did not administer any field sobriety tests. The defendant was issued a citation for speeding, which he paid in full the following day on the 26th. During a follow-up interview with GPD, passenger 3 told officers that the defendant was the one driving the Jeep when it crashed.
A follow-up investigation was then conducted by members of GPD and investigators from the Office of the Attorney General. As part of that investigation, members of GPD and the Office of the Attorney General recovered and reviewed video surveillance and drink receipts from the venue, a bar located in Hagåtña, Guam, from the evening of February 24th into the early morning hours of February 25th. The video depicts the defendant, passenger 1, passenger 2, and passenger 3 entering the bar at approximately 1:15 in the morning on February 25th. The video surveillance shows the defendant and other passengers taking 7 shots of alcohol each during the approximate 4 hours that they were at the venue. In addition to 7 shots, the defendant is seen drinking 2 additional drinks and 1 glass of water. During the video, the defendant is seen multiple times swaying while standing just before the group leaves the venue. The video shows the defendant laying her head on the bar while passenger 1 rubs her back. Passenger 1 then has to help the defendant down the stairs at the venue. When the group was leaving, the Jeep then crashed into Jerry's Kitchen approximately 10 to 15 minutes after the group left the bar.
On April 21st, investigators from the Office of the Attorney General met with the confidential witness, CI, identity known to the Office of the AG. The confidential witness stated in sum and substance that shortly after 1:30 in the morning on February 25th, the CI received a WhatsApp message from passenger 3 stating that there had been an accident and that passenger 3 needed the CI to come to the location. The CI arrived at Jerry's Kitchen shortly thereafter and observed the defendant and the 3 passengers standing by the Jeep, which the CI observed to be heavily damaged. As the police checked out the scene, the defendant and all 3 passengers sat in the CI's vehicle. The CI believed that the defendant and the 3 other passengers were drunk based on their behavior and mannerisms. The CI observed that the defendant appeared to be very sleepy. After one of the officers issued a citation to the defendant, the CI left the location with the defendant and 3 passengers. After dropping off passenger 1 into the care of another at a nearby restaurant, the CI, the defendant, passenger 2, and passenger 3 returned to the venue so that passenger 2 could retrieve passenger 2's car.
Well, in the parking lot of the venue, the CI helped the defendant out of the back seat so the defendant could throw up. The group then remained in the venue parking lot for some time because, per the CI, the defendant was too drunk to tell the CI the defendant's home address so that the CI could drive the defendant home. Eventually, the confidential informant, the defendant, and passenger 3 left the venue, and the CI was able to get the defendant to input the defendant's address into the CI's phone so that the defendant could be driven home. During the ride to the defendant's house, the CI observed that the defendant passed out in the back of the CI's car. Once they arrived at the defendant's residence, the CI observed passenger 3 helped the defendant out of the CI's car. Based on the foregoing, there's probable cause to charge Nikita Teresa Ugun with 1 count of DWI as a misdemeanor. Well, what was that you said in that hearing, Senator? You went to the same traffic school?
First off, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree and Jason. I think that, I'm glad that there was a second look at this and, gave it an opportunity to be able to clear up some of what I felt as a result of my past experience were things that were left unanswered. Kudos to the chief and to the attorney general for wanting to team together, not just to look at this matter, but other issues, other matters that may have been a thorn on the side of the police department, and get to the bottom of it. With regard to this incident, there was video evidence. Just by taking a look at the scene. Now, again, the advantage that I had in this is my prior experience in law enforcement and seeing that, in this case, 1 + 1 didn't equal 2. As a matter of fact, 1 + 1 here equaled, 0.3, or in this case, 0.08. Okay. Based on, and a lot of it had to do with public concern, with regard to, how this incident was handled. People themselves said, it didn't look right. And so took it upon ourselves in the legislature to urge the police department to take a second look at this. As a result of their second look with the AG's office, did obviously a thorough investigation. They went back and not just got receipts and videotapes of what had occurred prior to the incident, which in this case appears to have led to the incident. Going back and saying, okay, so she was ticketed for imprudent driving. Okay, no. So I thank the police department for doing that.
I just thought it was interesting in the magistrate's complaint where, so the defendant was issued a citation, right, for speeding, and she paid it off next day, no problem. But then it just says, during a follow-up interview with GPD, passenger 3 told officers that the defendant was the one driving the Jeep when it crashed. I mean, why would you need to reaffirm the fact that, the other person was driving the Jeep?
Well, yeah. You remember there's if you're going to take this investigation, a couple of things you need to do is you got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. While it was very safe to assume that Ms. Ugun was the driver, you're going to have to go past the assumption and corroborate the fact, if you will. So in the interview of passenger 3, in the corroboration that yes, Ms. Ugun was the driver, it basically it took a check mark on the things that needed to be verified and needed to be corroborated. So you got to remember now, this is now going in a court of law, and in a court of law, you can't be convicted. A person can't be convicted based on assumption. There has to be a fact, and that was the corroboration.
I see. Would it be typical though if you're the responding officer, you show up and there's this big crash, and you have the confidential witness who showed up, said that, oh yeah, they appear to be drunk. Wouldn't the officer kind of like, maybe I should do a field sobriety test? I mean,
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't it just be standard for the officer to perform a field sobriety test?
Well, I tell you, I think there was enough in his observation. There should have been enough probable cause to believe that there was more to this accident than just a slip of the wheel. And you're looking at the lives of other individuals and potentially the lives of individuals who can you imagine what that scene, how horrific that scene would have looked had there been people in that restaurant. Okay, so I think that's why I encouraged the Guam Police Department to take a further review of the incident itself, because again, in this case, 1 + 1 = 0.08.
Right. I mean, these guys had more shots than the vaccination clinic.
So unfortunately, what's going to be what's vitally missing in a lot of this thing is if there was a field sobriety test, and then a subsequent sobriety test taken by electronic means or by medical means, that we would know at what level the driver at what level of intoxication that she was in. Okay, and so I think that there was error on the part of the police officer in not conducting what I felt, what I believe, and based on now, a lot of the evidence presented in the magistrate's complaint, what should have been a standard procedure that wasn't followed.
Was this a cover-up? I mean, you had the chief of police appearing before senators. He was on this show. GPD spokesperson Paul Tapao.
He said we were conspiracy theories.
Yeah, there's no DWI, no.
Well, and unfortunately, when you have what had transpired initially, and now what we see today, it's very easy to say that there's a conspiracy in this. Now that's part of the credibility and the reliability and the trust that now has to be regained, because of an incident, one incident involving one officer amongst the over 200 officers that they have, or 200 employees they have. Okay, and it's unfair. Okay, but I'm glad. What I'm glad for is that there was and quite honestly, it didn't so much take my urging. I think there was enough of a concern expressed by the community that the chief of police. I didn't say, Chief, why don't you put together a task force with you and the AG's office and start to investigate it? He did this on his own volition. Really, quite honestly, prior to the oversight, so that we can start to address those issues. Okay, so with regard to a conspiracy, up to the highest levels, I seriously doubt that.
Yeah, it was a low-level conspiracy cover-up, and they basically got caught when it. But Senator, because you said one police officer, and that's obviously Officer Champion. So, and I think everyone kind of agrees that there should have been a field sobriety test performed there at the scene of the accident. But then the other officer was previously identified as Officer Janine Terlahi, the granddaughter of the public safety chair, was also, passenger 3. Obviously, do you think that there should be any administrative action taken against her based on what you see in the Maggies?
Well, from my understanding, there is an investigation, administrative or internal investigation that is ongoing, and I'm sure that a lot of what we're discussing today is going to be looked into in this investigation. As high profile as this case is, I think it'd be very hard pressed to say that do what we can so that we can cover up and save, these officers that are going to be implicated. Somebody's going to have to fall for this. Okay, and I think was it an error in judgment? Was it influence in judgment? I don't know. Let that be the investigation. Let the investigation take its course so that we know what it is. I think there's enough eyes on this that there's going to be no shortcuts here, and with regard to consideration, I think it's the consideration of the integrity of the police department that's at stake here.
Yeah, Senator, do you think that just reading the document, do you think that the confidential informant, the CI, is a law enforcement officer?
You can't ascertain, based on how it was presented, who the confidential informant is. And so, I eventually, short of a plea, if this were to go to court, the identity of that individual, may be, we may soon know, we may know who that individual is. But until such time, I don't want to be part of that assumption as to who this individual is.
What's unfortunate is this, like you said, there was just so much community outcry and so much public reaction that it's just put a lot of heat on officers. And, Officer Terlahi actually approached one of our reporters and tried to hassle him about this whole incident, this whole story, which I feel it's just not right. You know what I mean?
No, and Chris, first off, we live on a small island, okay? And, the beauty of our island is that, the individuals, you just go to Happy Mart, on any given day, and you probably run into Senator Frank Bloss and Senator Joanne Brown, and even Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. We all shop there, okay? And there are times that we chide each other in the hall, in the middle of the aisle. That said, is that the island is small enough that anybody's business is everybody's business. We're going to find out one way or another. Okay, so to try to hide the truth, to try to hide the mistake, in most cases, it just does no good. Okay, we're human. Okay, our frailties are there every once in a while. That we may be, or we may make mistakes. Now, if the mistake becomes larger when we try to hide it, and that's a lesson that we need to learn here. Is that we're a small island. Word does get around, and word gets around a lot quicker today than it was 20 years ago. And so you got to be mindful of that. And this is one of those cases. This is one of those cases where. Yeah. Okay.
It also this court document. It also kind of makes you wonder: was Uggan really the driver?
I want to, again, that's why it goes back to the question that you had earlier as to what was the necessity of getting, passenger 3 to admit, or needing passenger 3 to admit that Ms. Uggan was the driver. Again, it's very safe to assume, okay, this Jeep is owned by Ms. Uggan. Okay, so it's safe to assume that she's the driver. Well, you need, that still needs to be corroborated. I myself, when I was, as a police officer, I roll upon a scene, a traffic accident scene, and the people that were involved in the accident, everybody's outside, and so you have to sit there. And what you need to ascertain is, okay, who's the driver of vehicle 1 and the driver of vehicle 2, okay, and how can that be proven? So, that's why I said I think that that's why it was necessary to corroborate as to who that was.
Do you plan on holding any other oversight hearings?
I mean, like I said, when I recessed the initial hearing, I said it was a recess. It didn't end, and the recess was for the purpose of, again, there was, for lack of a better term, homework, or things that we wanted to see get done, or have a plan in place by the time the next time we meet. That was the reason. One of them was, okay, you started now a joint investigation into this incident and other incidents. Remember, there was another thing that was hot on the table was the shooting that involved 4 police officers.
Right.
The drug testing. Why hasn't it been taken? The report, the internal affairs outcomes that were basically mandated to be reported on an annual basis. And I'm glad to say that as a result of that hearing, since that hearing, there have been, steps, that the police department has taken to be able to address some of those concerns and some of those issues. Now, mind you that if I have, let's say I convened for conversation purposes now, let's say I convened this oversight hearing tomorrow, okay? And, there was still nothing being done about the drug testing. There was still nothing, there was still no progress in the investigations. Then I say, well, guys, come on. This is, what's going on here. And so that was the purpose, first off, for recessing, is to give them the opportunity, okay, we would recognize some of these things. What are those steps that are needed to be able to implement, some of those gaps, some of those shortfalls, some of those things that the police department needed to do. And our purpose as a legislature is basically to try to find ways to be able to help them through funding, some of the things they need. I'm glad that many of these things, that were implemented didn't require necessary funding. Anything they had, I knew they had it well within the budget to be able to do this. And I'm just glad that they've taken those steps to be able to rectify some of those issues. And to tell you what, since then, guys, they've identified other concerns, other issues, internally within their structure, that they needed to improve upon. And I'm glad for that.
Do you think that passenger 2 should be charged with DWI since they returned to the bar in question to retrieve their car after having consumed 7 shots?
Well, I tell you that, if in fact, the evidence pointed towards, each of the occupants of that vehicle being inebriated, or under the influence, of intoxicating substance, it calls the question, okay, so how did they leave the scene? Okay. And there's still a lot, and I'm sure that this investigation continues. This is an investigation that is being conducted, I should say, in the proper form. All right. The legislative hall in an oversight hearing is not a place for this for this to come up. I think this was proper for it to be in this place.
Right on. Well, I just want to say, no offense to my friend Phil Roberto, but I think the venue is bad luck for cops. Remember they had that one video a few years back with Officer Osborne, unsuccessfully trying to reverse park or unpark or whatever it was? Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Well, I think in terms of also, Chris, you got to, okay, that if you do intend, the venue will has the faculties and the facilities and the equipment so that it not just protects itself, but it also protects the public.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, can you imagine if they went to? I mean, I know there may be other drinking establishments that first off may not have been as cooperative or have the information necessary to be able to move forward. So I thank Phil for that.
Yeah, no, and I reached out to him and I said, hey, can I get that footage? He said, man, I can't give it to you because they took his DVR as evidence. So there you go.
And so
I tried, guys. I tried. Senator, we got to run, but we're looking forward to the continuation of this oversight hearing.
Yes, and Chris, I assure you, I've got a weekly call in or with the chief of police to say, okay, where you are with things, do you need help in anything? And every week he's basically says, no sir, I think we're moving forward on this.
Thank you.
So I'm appreciative.
Right on. Okay, that's that.
All right.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thanks,
Okay.
Chris. Hey, and don't forget, you're going to be a reader.
I got you. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, Bree, I just booked my first book reading face to face for summer school.
All right.
Right. That's so we talk about a return to normalcy. Guys, we got a jam because we got 3 guests at 30 minutes. Let's go ahead and get right into it with we're going to the CNMI. You guys ready to go to Tinian? I don't know what the protocol is for fully vaccinated individuals joining a Zoom from Tinian, but that's what we're about to do with the spokesman for the CNMI governor's office, Kevin Bautista, who I believe is joining us. Hope the internet is working. Yes, there he is. Joining us from Taga Beach there in Tinian. Wow. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Hafide and Tiro from Tinian. Chris, Bree, and Jason, and the KWM team. How's it going?
Good. What are you doing in Tinian? Vacation or
So
work?
we have a no, it's for work. We have a 10:30. We got a 10:30 Senate EAGI Executive Appointments and Government Investigations Committee here on Tinian with the senators. We'll be hearing the public hearing for one of the governor's appointments for the Secretary of Commerce position here in the seat of my government.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask if you had any updates on ARPA and the spending plan for CNMI.
Yeah, for sure. So regarding the American Rescue Plan here in the CNMI, the governor and lieutenant governor have been in consultation with members of the legislature. We'll be having a formal rollout of the spending plan scheduled for June 4th, 2021. We'll be having a major press conference here in CNMI with all members of the legislature, the judiciary, and all elected officials, including our mayors and our municipal councils here. But again, the priorities remain the same. Governor Torres will be focused on how we'll be spending the $481 million allocated to us from the American Rescue Plan, and we'll be focusing on direct assistance for our people on Saipan, Tinian, Rota, and residents on the Northern Islands. We'll be focusing on providing emergency funding for our ongoing COVID emergency, and of course, replenishing lost government revenue due to the pandemic, and bringing back jobs that were lost within the CNMI government, as well as assistance for small businesses.
Are you guys also waiting for this final rule from the Treasury? I think it was July something was the deadline to provide comments before you expend any of the money?
Yes, our Department of Finance has been in close consultation with the U.S. Department of the Treasury regarding the interim guidance, as well as any final rules that will be coming out regarding ARPA and elements of ARPA that go beyond the local government funding authorized under the law. So we continue to be in close contact with our federal partners about how we are able to spend the money and the latitude in which we'll be able to do so to help the people here in the CNMI on all 3 islands.
And so just so we're clear, you have to wait until the Treasury approves the final guidelines before any of the money can be used.
Yes, in the sense that we are working concurrently with the Department of the Treasury. However, because since the funding is here in the CNMI, given any restrictions provided by the U.S. Department of the Treasury, that we look to be spending the money once in June once we have our spending plan fully in place and fully communicated with all three branches of government.
So you're saying that no, you don't have to wait for that final rule from the U.S. Treasury. If you had your spending plan today, you could go ahead and start spending that money.
That would be correct. Yes.
Well,
again,
what if you didn't?
We're going to be talking. I'm sorry. What was that?
What if you didn't have a spending plan? Could you just start spending the money today?
No, that we wouldn't be able to do that. What we want to be able to do is we want to be able to communicate transparently with our people about what the money is going to go to, while at the same time being able to make sure that we communicate with all of our instrumentalities and our agencies on all three islands about what we're going to be doing with it, and communicating transparently with the Department of the Treasury and our federal partners on how we spend this money.
So again, nothing is preventing the governor of the CNMI to start using the ARPA funds that have been provided to the CNMI. Yeah, I mean today.
Yes,
if you
that's
wanted
what
to.
Right. So that is my understanding. However, our Department of Finance continues to work concurrently with Treasury if there are any restrictions. But right now, as I understand it, we would be able to spend the ARPA funding that has been allocated to the CNMI since we have received it here in the Commonwealth and it's in our coffers.
That's so interesting. You know what, Kev, I really value these conversations we have because, you know, we get one-way communication with our governor, and we pretty much have to take her word for it. I mean, you know, I'm not even calling her. It's just sometimes it is what it is, whatever. But then to be able to go over to the north and find out how you guys do things and what you guys say and to compare and contrast, it's always such a valuable tool for, not just for us as a media, but for our listeners as well. So we definitely appreciate that. Can you get out now? Can you show us the beach, though?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for that, Chris.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that you know, here in the CNMI we have a constituency on Guam that we value deeply, and we want to be able to continue to provide updates with the people on Guam as well and our constituents here in the CNMI. So I just wanted to show you KUAM, the residents on Guam, a little bit of Tinian. Shout out to the mayor's office on Tinian, the Honorable Mayor Edwin P. Aldan, for his assistants and his staff, Joe Atelig, for allowing me to take some shots here on Tiger Beach. So right now, we're here on Tiger Beach right now. It is arguably the most popular beach here on the island of Tinian. Out on the horizon right there, you'll see the island of Aguiguan, one of the 15 islands inclusive of Guam here in the Marianas. It's the sister island of Tinian. And right here, you'll see, right over there, you see that picturesque spot of the jumping spot for where a lot of the beachgoers here on Tinian come here over the weekend, heading over to that crystal clear water that makes Tinian one of the best places to swim at here in the Marianas. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It is so beautiful. It's the most beautiful beach in the Marianas.
Yeah.
I think so.
You've been to Tiger?
It's very nice.
Wow. So did you jump off of
Yeah.
the ledge?
Pretty good.
I wish, but as I said earlier, I'm here for work and not for play. So it's
You don't got some
unfortunate, but,
Speedos on? You don't got any Speedos on under that?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh. Well, there you go. That's absolutely beautiful. Kev, since you're on Tinian, I remember that you had talked about the ARPA funds and something about the cattle in Tinian and
Yes.
giving money to the cattle industry.
Yes, and thank you for that question. That's actually what I wanted to talk about since we were going to talk about the ARPA. One of the biggest priorities for the administration is to ensure that we have a diverse economy within the Marianas. And one of the biggest priorities for industries for Governor Torres and Lieutenant Governor Palacios in coordination with the Tinian leadership is to revitalize the cattle industry in a much more concerted way. So one of the priorities used for the ARPA funds would be to ensure that we have adequate funding to really create a viable cattle industry here on Tinian, and then for that matter on Rota to have a viable economic industry for agriculture and farming. We understand that here in the CNMI, we have 3 distinct islands with distinct economic viability concerns. And we want to be able to turn our strengths into something that we can turn into profit for our people and ultimately economic prosperity. So here on Tinian, in addition to this beautiful beach that we're on right now, we also want to be able to talk about how we can help out our farmers and our ranchers here on Tinian with a viable cattle industry. Governor Torres has invested money here at Tinian regarding a slaughterhouse and being able to resurrect a historic industry here on Tinian, which is something that's been going on since before the wartime. Tinian beef was a main staple for the Marianas, inclusive of Guam. And Tinian beef, as well as the legendary Tinian Hot Pepper Festival here in the island, has contributed mightily to not just CNMI, but even to residents on Guam who love to come over here. And we know that a lot of residents on Guam have know full well the history of the Tinian cattle industry, as well as the value of the Tinian Peak Festival.
Well, we'd love to hang with you on the beach all day. Totally. But we got to run. Work is calling.
Sure enough, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, eat some of that butter chicken for me.
Oh, definitely. Shout out to JC Cafe out here on Tinian.
Okay, Kev.
Thanks, Kev.
Zusmasi to you too, and thank you very much to the people of Guam.
We're not must-have. If you want to send any Tinian beef our way, it's 600 Harmon Loop Road, Daddy-Do, Guam. Thanks, Kev. See ya.
Thank you, guys.
All right. 9:42. Let's keep it going in the KU. Look at that, guys. Though, wow. You're welcome.
When's the last time you've been to Tinian?
It was a few years ago. Went for their San Jose fiesta. We're going to Major Anton Uggan. Okay, let's get Major Anton Uggan on for our update. Obviously, one of the big things that we want to ask him about, Bree, was there was a sentencing in the federal court, the district court. Just the other day, Adriana Cotero did a great story on this. And basically, it detailed in this sentencing how an individual who was facing sentencing for his part in, just basically being an alleged meth dealer. Bree?
Yeah, you wanted him to come on and ask him about it, so...
Yeah.
Anton?
Yeah, Anton. So, anyway, okay, Bree's laptop's broken. She can't call it up. But what had happened was this guy, and I guess was smuggling meth into the prison in DVDs. And he was being allegedly assisted by his mom and another individual. And this was pretty recently. I mean, this guy's been incarcerated there at DOC for the last 17 months. I guess first, Major Anton, good morning, by the way. Unmute.
Morning.
How's it? Well, where are you at? Are you at Tinian?
No, I'm in my office.
Oh, I thought you were in your houseboat.
No.
Okay, let's get into this because the time. So yeah, this was a Guerrero, I believe, was the guy's name. Is the Department of Corrections looking into these allegations that were released in the federal court, Major, relative to the smuggling of crystal methamphetamine into the prison, I believe in DVDs?
No, we're not investigating it. This information was obtained, I guess, from the federal side, reviewing several of Mr. Guerrero's phone calls to his families. This is over the course of several months. I guess they were looking into it. We did stop some contraband from coming in. Maybe it was from him, from this particular activity. We don't know. DOC, the only thing we can do is administratively. I mean, I can't get warrants. I can't talk to family members. I can't do any of those things with any information. We get information like that. The only thing we can do is turn it over to the criminal authorities, the police or the other agencies. But this is nothing new to us. This is how most contraband is getting in. inmates coordinating with their family. In this case, I believe it was the mom that was apparently coordinating contraband. But I'm not sure about the DVD part, but some of the language, Chris, when they're speaking on the phone, they talk in codes.
Yeah.
They use codes. So, you know, they could say what to you and I will be an ordinary DVD, but to the family it means something else. They know what it means.
It means a
Right?
DVD.
Most times they're not going to come out and say what they're looking for. They'll call it. They're all different kinds of names. They change it up of what they would call what they're looking for. So personally, I don't think it was the DVDs they were really referring to. Again, I don't have all the audio that the federals have listening to that. You know, they're the ones that took the time to listen to everything. But yeah, I mean, we do have, oftentimes we do hear family members coordinating for picking up drugs, trying to drop it off, throw it over, or just even trying to run their business outside while they're locked up in here, coordinating with their sources outside. So this is nothing new. I mean, this is not the first time inmates have got caught on their phone coordinating drugs or criminal activity. That's why this is why, Chris, the phone system is so important, because prior to this, they were using the landline. And when you use the government landline, it's not recorded, and there's no way of monitoring or tracking any of their phone conversations.
Wow.
That's why the use of the inmate phone system is so important to the security of the facility, because it can help us track certain criminal elements that are taking place within the prison,
So
or even outside.
right.
Even outside.
So are you guys able to review these phone calls that the inmates and detainees make on the PayTel system?
Say again, sir?
Are you guys able to listen to these phone calls that are recorded with the PayTel system?
Yes, we can listen to it. You know, unfortunately, there's over about maybe more than 1,000 to 1,500 phone calls going out of our facility a day. I mean, our population is 560, so if every inmate makes 2 phone calls a day, that's over 1,000 phone calls. So we're obviously not able to listen to every single phone call going out of the facility.
Right.
Sometimes it's just random that we're able to monitor it, or in response to a complaint or some information that we do receive about a certain individual, then we can go back and try to look into it. But we're just not capable of reviewing every single phone call going out of the prison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want me to read?
Yeah, can you?
All right. It was a lengthy hearing for Guerrero as attorney Sambataro called up DEA Task Force Officer Henry James with Guam Customs to testify on behalf of the defendant's involvement in a scheme to bring in contraband into the Department of Corrections during his 17 months in the Hagåtña detention facility awaiting sentencing. Several PayTel phone conversations were brought into evidence and played back of Guerrero speaking with his mom and a man named Ben regarding alleged drug transactions. Despite numerous objections by defense counsel Jay Areola, the court allowed the government to proceed with questioning Officer James and playing back the phone call recordings. As heard in the playback, Guerrero allegedly set up a transaction directing his mom to call a number to pick up $300 to go toward 4 DVDs that each cost $150. Officer James stated that based on his experience and being familiar with coded language, he interprets 4 DVDs to mean 4 grams of meth suspected to be brought into the detention facility. During another phone recording, Guerrero is accused of discussing another drug deal involving 5 grams of meth inside a package for his mom to pick up. James testified that he recognizes Guerrero's voice based on prior interviews with the defendant, listening into many of his phone calls, and that the individuals on the line address him as Daryl. The defense asked for continuation for cross-examination on the witness to further investigate the allegation brought forward today. The court granted the request and schedules a return for Friday, May 28th at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Happy Mother's Day. Well, Major, I mean, given this, I know you said there's just no way you can listen to all the phone calls that go out at the prison, but, just when you hear something like this, does it maybe you think, hey, we should probably get somebody on that and just kind of check it out?
Right, but I thought it was at the Department of Corrections in Manila. So this kind of says it's in Hagåtña. So do you guys have an issue with the drugs being smuggled into the Hagåtña detention facility? Because this this was at a sentencing hearing, so he's saying in the past 17 months.
Right.
The scheme.
Yeah, I mean, it's department wide. Look at Hagåtña. We're right there in the heart of the Hagåtña. The road on the side between Pedro's Plaza is a public easement, right? People drive by all the time. They throw things over. We've had people come from across the street, throw things in, and run up the hill towards the governor's house. We just can't secure that whole area down there. We tried putting up a fence. I remember Brennan was going to put up a fence back then, and she got criticized for wanting to put up a fence around the old Guam Police Department when we were going to take over because it would be unsightly. But we try our best to increase the security, but we're in the middle. We got no secure perimeter. And then the prison up here in Manila, we're right off the road, and we've had a lot of throwovers. And this is just one of many of the inmates coordinating this. We catch it several times. We do catch. We're able to stop it. Sometimes we don't. We find things on shakedowns and stuff like that. So it's just a constant battle every day to keep this out of our. And again, most of these guys, Chris, when they come in, they're high, they're on drugs, they've been doing this for years.
Right.
They come behind bars. They don't just stop their criminal activities because they're locked up. They still try to continue finding ways to circumvent the regulations. And, obviously, they're not afraid of breaking the law. So rules and regulations may not mean much to them either. And so, they continue to find ways, and then their wives are helping them, their girlfriends are helping them,
Their moms. Uncle Ben is involved.
Everybody's helping them continue with and then they go before the court and, tell the judge they're sorry. I'll be a good person. Please let me out. And then they come back to the prison and try to coordinate more stuff to come in. And so this is why, we're constantly, doing what we have to do to try to prevent it. But yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy trying to manage this with the facilities we have too. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. And, we don't have all the officers that we need. We only have about 182 officers. That's from the warden. We did hire quite a few. At one point, 60 officers. We got up to about 230. But over the last year and a half, we've lost maybe more than 30 officers. They've left due to other careers, or this is just not the job for them. So, it's a challenge, but we're continuing to stay in the fight and to press on and do what we can. There are sometimes we do catch these guys doing something, and we will take corrective action as soon as we do catch it. But even in DOC side, a lot of it's just restricting them and banning their visitors and things like that we do on our side. But we do if we do find something more criminal that's on the outside, we'll try to turn it over to the proper authorities so they can do their follow through.
Right on. Major, just to clarify, for those who have relatives or loved ones inside DOC or Hagåtña detention facility, you really can drop off DVDs?
So yes, sir. DVDs are. We don't have cable TV in the housing unit. They do have a TV and a DVD player, and so as part of their incoming, for example, a block may be authorized to have 15 DVDs all together. So if you have 40 inmates in a block, and you're allowed to have 15. Each of them sometimes will bring in 2 or 3 DVDs or have it brought in through incoming.
Yeah.
But at no time are they allowed to have more than 15 in that particular block.
Is it all like Jesus movies, or you'd let them watch whatever?
No, we screen what movies are coming. We don't allow certain types of movies to come in.
Right on.
Was DOC allowing people to families to drop off stuff at the Hagåtña detention facility in the past 17 months during COVID?
So again, there were a few months when nothing was being authorized, but again, like for the past several months, we've authorized personal hygiene and some other items to come in, including the DVDs and stuff. But again, this issue about the DVD being $150. I don't think that was the DVD they were referring to.
Right,
Yeah.
But yes, they are. We like I said, several months last year we had suspended all incoming. Then we lifted a little bit to new consignees that just coming off the street for we call it emergency incoming. So that's where they just come off the street and they don't really have any clothes or anything like that. We'll allow the family members to drop something off, but all items are inspected and logged in before it's given to the inmate. And so at times we do catch things trying to be smuggled in the pants and the clothes, the deodorant, and I think you've heard previous stories about that where they're putting it in the underarm deodorant and things like that.
Yeah.
So again, we do our best to inspect all the products coming in.
Thank you, Major. You good?
Yeah.
Thank you, Major. Keep it up. Keep up the fight. Guys, they're hiring a DOC, but not if you're corrupt.
I want to just say one more thing, Chris. Our vaccination, you didn't ask about that.
Oh, how about your vaccination, Major?
Okay, there you go. So we have about 375 of our prison population has been vaccinated, or about 66%. We're doing another 25 next week. We're going to continue to, as we go on, some are changing their mind, asking to be vaccinated. So right now we're at 375 inmates that have been vaccinated. And then, or about 66% of our population. And then with our staff, we're probably currently at 51% of our staff being vaccinated. And we're working to improve those numbers too. So we're getting there slowly but surely. We're getting there.
Right on. I got some old DVDs lying around the house, Major. Maybe we can link up and drop them off for you.
Yeah, we can probably create our own DVD library so we won't have to receive anymore from the outside. Instead of like a library, we'll have a library of DVD that inmates can sign up for.
It is. No, serious. I'm being serious. Yeah.
And just keep it within the facility so it never leaves the facility.
Right on, Major. Thank you. Maybe you could get some of the ARP funds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll get some. We just don't know how much right now.
Get you a Blu-ray collection. Thank you, Major. I'm gonna go because he's giving me dirty looks.
Okay.
Thank
you.
All right, take
Thank
care.
you, Major. Right on. 9:57. Let's keep it in the Zoom room. Let's bring on Lenny Farron, the drizzle for shizzle. They're doing this thing, Bree. Are you able to get that? That's the Guam Fire Department.
Yeah, it's Bring the Fire Denancy Drizzle Challenge.
Hold on, where's Lenny? Lenny, where you at, Len? Unmute, get the camera. We don't see your video. Right on, brother.
Are you guys, am I sounding okay on
You're
here?
You're sounding pretty good. Wait, give me a...
Okay, sorry, guys. I'm still like...
Right on.
All right.
Thanks for having me on. It's good to see you guys.
Of course, man. So, dude, your Denancy Drizzle, it's popping. I love it, bro. I hear that it's a very simple recipe. It tastes amazing. And now you're bringing it out to the firemen. And you guys are doing this Denancy Drizzle. What is it, like a firehouse cook-off?
Yeah, so, hey, man, we appreciate everybody helping us to promote the Denancy Drizzle. I'm glad you're hearing some positive stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I just finished labeling a whole bunch, trying to make my operations easier, and these things are just flying off the shelves thanks to everybody's support. And, us, Chris, me and my wife, Pika, we always try to keep things community-based. Whatever business we do, we always try to spread it out there, spread some love throughout the community. And so when we thought of a promotion, we thought of the firefighters and everything they've been doing, kind of throughout the whole pandemic. And now that it's sort of post-pandemic, I guess, hopefully we're almost there. I wanted to do something a little lighthearted and fun, although we can't, have one big cook-off event. We can't just like go to the beach and have like a big cook-off event with all the firefighters. Yeah. Plus it's hard to get them all together in one place anyway. So we decided to offer them a challenge and using the Denancy Drizzle in one of their ingredients. And we know these firefighters can cook, man. I know they cook some good food in the fire stations, and we know they can take the heat.
Yeah.
So we wanted them to bring the fire this time. and just on their own terms, at their own leisure, have one of their team members or their chefs, whatever, represent their fire station and submit an entry. And they're going to win a prize from us, from Market Deli, and also some goodies from Denancy, Guam, which we've already been hooking them up with a lot of drizzle to cook with. So
Nice.
They're having a good time.
Sir, are we able to post that in the comments, the entry form? That's in the chat. If we get, well, we're going to get this entry form out, and we know some people who know some firemen around here.
Has it already? Have people signed up yet? Have any of the firehouses?
Yeah, so it's getting hot out there, man, and we understand, it's real busy, and of course, hearts go out to the loss they had last week, and everybody dealing with just taking care of the community, right? These guys are super busy. So we have about 6 entries, and we're slowly kind of making our way. So far, Umatic gave it to us. They were the first ones.
Of course.
Shout out to Chef Art, St. Nicholas, and the crew down there. And they actually mentioned Chris's Donnie Denancy too. So they said they're still waiting for one.
Oh, let's go! No.
Just kidding, man. But anyway, so yeah, they did it. Dedado did their thing. They brought it, and then we were just at Anderson Fire Station yesterday, and that was a lot of fun, man. And it's cool, it's just something fun and lighthearted,
right?
A way to get these guys that, just kind of working together. And of course, there's smack talking, talking about the other fire stations. So, the biggest thing is bragging rights. I think that's the biggest prize.
Right. Lenny, so when you get the winners and all that stuff, come back on like Tuesday. We're off on Monday, but come on Tuesday, and we'll showcase all because that's going to be great. All GFD, all the stations, from Jigo to Talafofo, guys, go ahead and sign up for this. You're already cooking this weekend.
Exactly.
Right.
Where did they go to register?
So actually, you could just contact us through social media,
right?
Or you could call us over at Market Deli. You get my number. Me and Pika are not hard to reach, hard to find. This is actually a pretty much like a social media type event, to create awareness. So we're actually giving people an opportunity to vote for their favorite fire station and favorite dish. So right now we're collecting all the footage, and we've been putting teasers on our story and online. And next week, we're actually going to create reels for every single fire station, so that you guys can see what they put together for us, the final dish. And if you like, comment, or share on their reel or their post, then they get credit towards the grand prize.
Is this on Drizzle social media or Market Deli? Which social media?
Denancy Guam.
Okay.
Should be on Denancy Guam.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Lenny, thanks for popping in, and make sure you catch up with us next week so we can all salivate over the pictures and the videos.
Yes, for sure. We'll let you guys know who won, and thanks for everybody for participating.
Got it. Thank you, my friend.
All right.
That's
Take care.
Take care.
There you go. Lenny Farron, the Drizzle for Shizzle. That's awesome. It's 10:03, guys. KUAM TV. It's been a blast with you guys here today. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios.
Bye.
And we're back here on The Breeze and The Link. Facebook Live still popping. Let's do Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King and Docomo Pacific with my man, Eric Borja. Today's Cover Me. Good morning.
Buenos and Hafide. Thank you, Chris and Bree, for allowing us to perform today. My name is Eric Borja, and to my left is Mr. Ralph Killenman, and we are Masaya Hoffa. He's really not to my left because we are actually practicing social distancing, and we're trying to do our part to help flatten the curve. So we encourage everybody out here on the island and around the world to stay home and do your part. And if you need to be out on the road, please be safe. If you need to go to the store and get your food and all that, we ask that you use a mask and use your hand sanitizer if you have any, and Clorox wipes. And also, we want to say, Sudus Masi, para todos si finena na responso, y medicos and enfermera, para todo matotsogwi para isla, Sudus Masi. This is a song I wrote a long time ago. It's called Sinhagu, and it's dedicated to everybody that you love. And for that love relationship, this one's for you. Thank you. When I first saw you, girl, you put a big smile on my face. Then I said to myself, how beautiful you are. Then I got to thinking what it would be like to have you in my arms and squeeze you all so tight. Without you, life would be so sad, and I wouldn't know what to do till the day I die. I will be by your side. Without you, baby, life would not be right. Dahil pagulihaw, puesto sa nganin may satu. Campus bonita mo, who has stood there for more than you got. How can I hope the vice is skinny, how sin hogu, ili na lahu puminiti dati uto. Apabay hutogri, esta ifinatayo, pahugagagihan, kipiyon mo. Sin hogu, di na lahu puminiti dati uto. Apabay hutogri, esta ifinatayo, pahugagagihan, kipiyon mo. Pahugagagihan, kipiyon mo. Pahugagagihan, thank you.
Been able to connect. I want to say because of the pandemic, but mostly because we're grown up.